Good morning and welcome along from Headingley for the fifth round of fixtures in the Division 2 of the County Championship this year. The fourth, of course, for Glamorgan, who've only played the three so far. Both teams looking for a first win of the campaign. Jonathan Dodge with you as usual, and my colleague from BBC Radio Wales, Nick Webb, along with our third voice for day one, Graham Colley. And the news from the toss is that Glamorgan won it and have decided, unsurprisingly, to bat first on what is a used pitch. We think around about 210 overs played in last week's match. It's the same as was used during that draw against Derbyshire. And then the team news. Well, two changes for Yorkshire. They've decided that they're going to go with the unusual feature of two spinners on this ground. So Adam Lyth, Finlay Bean, Shan Masood, Joe Root, Harry Brook, Matthew Revis, Jonathan Tattersall, Don Bess, Matthew Fisher, Ben Code and Dan Moriarty. So Moriarty back in the side, Bess in for his first championship match of the season, and those two replacing George Hill and Jordan Thompson. For Glamorgan, Billy Root, Eddie Byram, Sam Northeast, Kieran Carlson, Colin Ingram, Chris Cook, Thomas Bevan, James Harris, Mason Crane, Jamie McElroy and Mir Hamza. So three changes as well within that for Glamorgan. But we'll talk about that a little more in a moment or two, of course. So the tragic news yesterday of the passing of Worcestershire's Josh Baker, a man who got them back into Division 1 with the runs that took them there in the fixture between the two counties here last year. And we're going to take a minute's silence in his honour.
The thoughts of everyone at the club are with Josh's family and friends at this sad time. Please do join us as we observe a minute's silence in his memory. Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen.
So, welcome along once again, and good morning to you, Nick Webb.
Very good morning. Good to be here, and let's hope the weather lasts for us. Teams shaking hands down beneath us, and umpires in Blackwell and Mark Newell heading for the middle. First time Glamorgan have won the toss, and probably the first time they'd have chosen to bat first, having been inserted on the three previous games. But, well, it remains to be seen how much playing time we'll need to get a positive result if this wicket does turn, as Yorkshire obviously think it will.
Yeah, and clearly not notorious for turning pitches throughout its history at this particular venue, so it is very unusual to see three spinners really in the side, given Joe Root's also playing, and he's clearly more than handy at doing that job as well as he is with the bat. But it's his brother Billy who's making his way out at this moment in time with Eddie Byram, and Joe was talking to us on an interview during last week's match. So I was looking forward to Billy coming up and spending a bit of time with him in between the day's play, so there'll be a bit of brotherly socials going on, but maybe not quite so much out there in the middle, although he did say we'll share a laugh and a joke, I'm sure, when we're out there as well. So it's going to be Ben Code to open the bowling for Yorkshire from this Kirkstall Lane end. Code and Fisher will of course open the attack. No, Matt Milne still, he was playing in the second team down at Nottingham earlier in the week. And then after Code and Fisher, Matthew Revis would be the next man they'll turn to in terms of seam. And then Dan Moriarty and Don Bess and Joe Root, the three tweakers. So Eddie Byram's going to face this first ball of the day under overcast Headingley skies, and it feels like you'd want to win the toss and bat first, because this pitch has been used for 200 plus overs already. But at the same time, might not be easy early doors with the cloud cover over. It's probably, even though it isn't properly warm, it's probably about as warm as it's been here this season. I'm guessing it'll be in the low teens, something like that. And Yorkshire have gone with a 4-man cordon here as Ben Code then comes in for the first ball of the match, past umpire Ian Blackwell, who's standing at his Kirkstall Lane end, and passes off stump, and Byram happy to leave it.
Yeah, first game of the season for Eddie Byram, who would have started the season in the team, I think it's safe to say, but dislocated a shoulder during pre-season practice in March. So that's obviously taken some time to heal. He's had a practice match for the seconds against the students and a couple of T20 knockarounds.
Code in again, and that is a little closer to being on the money, but again, Byram able to play inside it. How did he do the shoulder injury then? Fielding?
I believe it was his diving around in fielding, yeah, in pre-season. Trying to take a catch or something like that.
Yeah, once did that myself. It's not fun.
Made a reasonably rapid recovery, I'm told, so good to see him up there again.
Here comes Code again then, getting just slightly closer, I think, to off stump with every passing delivery, but hasn't quite nailed it yet. And Byram again just playing inside the line of that. So apart from the 4-man cordon, long leg in place, mid-wicket, that's Matthew Revis. Dan Moriarty's coming mid-on, and Shan Masood as usual at mid-off. He's gone quite close in on the wicket ends. Don Bess occupied his usual position when playing a point, and again fairly close in. As another delivery from Code is left by Byram.
Byram made a century for Glamorgan against Yorkshire and Cardiff back at the tail end of last season. But his start to this season delayed. He's had some bad luck with injuries in his 3 years with Glamorgan. A nasty hip injury last year and an infection the previous year.
Code and Byram again playing inside the line. So 5 in succession have gone in pretty soon. He's certainly consistent here, Ben Code.
Yes, will Byram actually have to play the last ball of the over? Or is this going to be the Jaffa? Shot that gets him on the stumps. Grey skies overhead. Maybe raining by lunchtime.
Code then. Final couple of strides in bowls, and there we go. That is a good delivery, and Byram maybe got a bit of bat on it, maybe got some pad on it, or a bit of both. Skews out into the offside, and there was an optimistic and stifled appeal. End of the first over then, and scoreless.
I heard you discussing the last match, the wonders of this giant screen that you now have in the studio.
Yeah, I'm onto it. See if somebody can turn it on for us. That'd be good.
Be booted into life at some point. Yeah. So, yeah, grey skies, not necessarily ideal batting conditions, but I think for Glamorgan the lesser of two evils, seeing that it was a used pitch. They found that out when they turned up to practice yesterday, so they were aware of that. Seeing Surrey field 2 spinners, though they hadn't actually announced a squad by last night. I'm not sure if they deliberately left that vague to try and baffle Glamorgan. As Matthew Fisher opens up, running towards us, and Billy Root plays no shot to ball outside off stump. I've had all sorts in this fixture during the last couple of years. Had snowfall one weekend.
Yeah, that was the 2021 match here, wasn't it? Grand National Day, I seem to recall, so April.
Were we still behind closed doors then?
Yes, we were, I think.
I believe so. There wasn't anyone here because the weather was so cold anyway. One of the two. Root leaves the next delivery outside off stump, and through it goes to keeper Tattersall. So a very cagey start from Glamorgan, who haven't actually yet put bat on ball. 8 deliveries in. Eddie Byram and Billy Root. Billy Root promoted up from 6 for most of last season to open the batting. As in comes Fisher again, bowls to Root, who chops it down towards gully, but there's no run. Zainul Hassan, I think, would have been left out anyway, having had quite a torrid start to the season. Average just about in double figures. Not quite as well as he did last season when he was up around the 30 mark, having been told he was an opening bat, which is a bit of a shock to him, I think. As Fisher is in to bowl, and Root again chops it into the gully, and again there is no run, but did a credible job last season. Top score of 35 in the first 3 matches this year, so obviously he has been struggling, but he wouldn't have been available this week anyway for personal reasons. Dan Douthwaite is officially rested. I understand that he's got a bit of a side niggle and wouldn't have been able to bowl, so they're not going to play him as a specialist bat necessarily. As Fisher is in to bowl to Root, who turns this one on the leg side. Fielded at square leg by Revis, and there is no run. And Brad Wheel, after his lengthy 1-match loan spell, has gone back to Hampshire. He was only ever going to be a temporary replacement for Jamie McIlroy, who became the 3rd Glamorgan seamer to be injured, with Van der Hoogten and Podmore also out of action at the moment. Fisher retreats into the distance and runs towards us from the Howard stand end, and beats Root that time with a beautiful ball. Root pushes forward, didn't get anything on it. If he had, it would have just been a nick behind, so I was rather relieved there to manage to miss it somehow, and comes down the wicket for a mid-wicket chat with Eddie Byram. Glamorgan having not yet got off the mark after 2 overs.
Yep, never easy to start here. Much nicer when the sun comes out, but might be a bit more difficult to start today. Used pitch and overheads, although brighter than the number of days we've had here already this season. And there's no immediate threat of rain despite the grey overhead. Good start to the over again by Code, but once more just easy to pull the bat inside the line there for Eddie Byram. Another dot. John Wilco says a very interesting team selection, 2 spinners plus Root. Fingers crossed for enough play over the next couple of days. Mighty Mariners asking if Jordan Thompson and George Hill are injured. No, is the answer to that. And glorious weather here in Denmark, says Bent Nielsen. I've got my voter ID ready in case there's an emergency election today. As Code is in, and first contact with bat on ball, we think. That's turned down to fine leg. Matthew Fisher doing the fielding. Byram off the mark, as Glamorgan.
So perhaps I'd better take it commentary while Jonathan tries to sort out a few technical issues. As Code will come round the wicket, and Root remarks his guard. Familiar cordon of 3 slips and a gully and a point for Billy Root, who drives that one through the, I was going to say through the offside, but it's beautifully stopped by a diving Shan Masood at cover on one of the old wickets, which is covered by matting, so not the easiest. And managed to prevent that one running away for possible boundary. In comes Code again. Bowls and straighter drive this time from Root. He'll get runs here. Didn't quite time it. He'll pick up a couple. It stopped just inside the boundary by Shan Masood. They turn and think about a possible 4th run and decide otherwise as Glamorgan move on to 4 without loss. Route 3. Byram has won. Glamorgan having won the toss and decided to bat. 2 changes for Yorkshire, bringing in Bess and Moriarty for Hill and Thompson. And that one, well, again, it's Eddie Byram's trademark leave. It's imperceptible, really, playing inside the line. And through it went to Tattersall, who has been a busy boy. So welcome along wherever you're listening, as Code is in to bowl to Byram, who plays a defensive shot back down the pitch, and there is no run. And the over, 4 without loss. Four without loss then. Byram has 1, Root has 3. Welcome if you're just joining us on one of the county video streams. 1 or 2 early issues with the BBC audio service. As Fisher is in now to bowl, and Root is forward, pushing it out into the offside, and there is no run fielded by Harry Brook, moving round from Gully. So Yorkshire on the attack early on, as you might expect, on a very grey May morning. A change of month hasn't brought much in terms of the change in weather, although, as to be said, I'm considerably warmer than I was at Northampton a couple of weeks ago, which was Glamorgan's last time out. As Fisher is in to bowl, outside off stump, Root plays no shots.
Main question about Northampton for you, Nick, is what was the food like at lunch?
Yeah, not bad.
It was pretty good a couple of years back, last time we were down there.
Decent hot meal at lunchtimes, yeah. And one day when there was no real prospect of any play for ages, the members' lounge only had 1 member in it, so they invited us down to eat the members' food, which was a step up again, which was nice. 4 without loss. Fisher in to Root, who noodles it towards backward point. No run, as Dom Best comes round to do the fielding. We got our 10 pences in the meter yet?
We have, and one of those glitches, I'm not sure quite why, but all I did was clear down the line between overs there and redial, and suddenly it springs into life. So hopefully those of you who missed the first couple of overs, apologies for that. Everything looked like it was connected as normal.
Fisher then, right arm over to left-handed Root, who's driving through mid-off. There is no mid-off, it's another chase for Shan Masood. And again, he'll pick up just inside the boundary. There's a slight fumble, and Root takes advantage to dash back to the non-striker's end for his 3rd run, the second 3, and the second time that it's been fielded by Shan Masood just inside the long off boundary. So Glamorgan move on to 7 without loss. And frankly, I don't think they'll be worried too much about the runs on the board for the first couple of hours, just the wickets on the board, because this is going to be probably the most difficult time for batting over the first 2.5, 3 days of the match, you would have thought, and then potentially again at the end if it starts spinning seriously, as Byram leaves outside off stump. In terms of spin resources, Yorkshire have got Bess, Moriarty and Root. Glamorgan have got Crane as their specialist. Carlson has taken 3 wickets this season. Ingram's had a couple. And Tom Bevan, who wasn't previously considered as a first-team all-rounder, I'm told has been doing quite a bit more bowling this season, and took a hatful of wickets in a pair of intra-squad T20 games. Well, it's a different colour ball, but Byram leaves outside off stump, shows he's putting it in the right place, if nothing else. It does seem somewhat bizarre that Glamorgan, with a bye week from the Championship, are already practicing T20, even though it's a month away, because they won't have much time nearer to the date.
Yeah, because we finished, don't we, on a Monday in the last round of fixtures before that starts, and I think we're into action on Thursday or Friday of the same week in the short format. Okay, so, well, no obvious signs of any swing from either Code or Fisher so far from this angle, and we are, got to say, not perfectly positioned, about a half dozen strips away to the right of where Ben Code is now running up round the wicket here to bowl to Billy Root. There's an appeal for LBW, which felt optimistic, and Ian Blackwell seemingly concurs. So Neil Allison, good morning to you, says it looks light pace-wise. I think he's referring there to the Yorkshire lineup. Yeah, we're hoping for as much play as we can get in today. The forecast is not fantastic as the day goes on, but the ground staff, I had a chat with them when I was checking that it was last week's pitch, and seemed to sort of think that it should be okay for the morning session, and then it might be after that. Any showers coming, hit, oh, edge here and dropped, and there you go. Billy dropped by Joe, the first chance of the day, and Joe Root, diving to his right, has put down his brother. 1 run.
Yeah, it was going some. It was to Root's right. He flung out a hand, had a good hand on it, but could only spill it behind Johnny Tassel, so there was no chance of him getting up the rebound. But I'm sure that will be mentioned in any post-play fraternal get-together. So, thanks, Billy. Thanks, Joe.
Certainly, if Billy goes on to get a score here. Here's Code then, bowling to Byram, who draws back out of the way of that one. Code now bowling around the wicket, as opposed to over as he had been doing earlier, trying to get these 2 left-handers to play, and he succeeded with Billy Root. As you say, it was a sharp chance, wasn't it?
It was going some. Joe Root obviously inconvenienced by the snood that he's wearing.
Quite a lot of people mentioned that last week, actually. Code in, and that is dropped into the pitch this time by Byram. So, having struggled to get anyone to play in his first couple of overs, really, just tight lines around about 4th stump bent. He's now getting both these players to use the willow. 2 slips, a gully, and now a leg slip in place. Good delivery again, and that's hit something on its way through. It Yorks Joe Root at first slip, so having a bit of a torrid time at first slip in this over. Joe Root, it was a leg bite off Eddie Byram, so 9 without loss.
Hit outside off stump, by the look of it on replay.
Can you see that well enough?
Might have been a little bit high. It's occupying my entire field of vision to my right, the screen.
It's good, isn't it? Code in again to Billy Root. Plays out into the offside. Don Bess coming into field to complete over number 5 then. So 1 chance so far. Billy dropped by Joe on 6. The first ball of the 5th over. And Glamorgan 9 without loss.
Indeed, it's nice to be on the county video streams as well as on the BBC audio service, and it's also nice to have a screen so that we can see what we're talking about to the same extent as people at home can, because there are grounds when we're actually commentating with a worse view than people that sitting at home have got. But no such problems here today as Matthew Fisher comes into his third over and Eddie Byram plays to Masood at mid-off. And there's no run. Last year here, Glamorgan 245 and 352 for 4 declared, minus Labuschagne hit 170 not out. Yorkshire 106 with Michael Neser taking 7 for 32, including the hat-trick. But rest assured, Yorkshire listeners, Neser has departed for Hampshire. 412 for 9 then, Yorkshire in their second innings. Adam Lythe, 174 of them. As Eddie Byram is behind that one, playing it dead bat out into the offside. And there's no run.
We've been sort of unfortunate, haven't we, Nick, that nothing's worked out in anything but a draw, I don't think, that we've commentated on together.
No, I can't remember anything.
And that certainly was mundane of the highest order at Cardiff last year, wasn't it?
It was. Glamorgan forced to follow on once Sean Masood had batted for most of the first couple of days. Yorkshire 500. As Fisher is in and bowls, and Byram drives slightly more firmly, but straight to Masood, no run. Glamorgan 273, but batting out the second innings at 401 for 5 with a century from the man on strike at the moment, Eddie Byram, and 166 not out from Sam Northeast, which to which he added a further 349 runs before he was out. So he was 500 odd between dismissals. Since then, 4 times cheaply, as Byram edges that one through the slips. Don't think it was anywhere near carrying, and it's shot away to slightly the shorter side of the ground for 4 runs. The pitch is fairly well to our left as we look out from the commentary box. So it's not the main sight screen in use, it's the screens behind the seating up at the football stand end, which the other side of which will of course be fairly packed this evening with Leeds Rhinos in action against London Broncos at 8 o'clock. Byram dabs that one down on the offside, no run. 13 for 0 it remains.
Yeah, they've not had the greatest of starts to the season. Been to watch them a couple of times, but they should be fairly confident of beating the Broncos, but I suppose there are no gimmies in professional sport.
You've been listening to too many sports persons' interviews. No easy games.
It's never easy going to heaven.
Not in this league. Byram on strike and driving firmly through the offside. That'll be 4 runs out to the cover boundary. Probably most confident shot of the morning so far. And Glamorgan move on to 17 without loss here on BBC Sport Online, having won the toss and chosen to bat first.
Yeah, nicely struck as well. Graham Smith says, not sure why they haven't learnt from last week when Derbyshire missed a catch because first slip was standing too wide, question mark.
Yeah, it was a bit of a gap.
And Cavallino Peaks says, sitting on the port at Ancona waiting to board a ferry to Greece. Suspect we've got better weather here. Let's hope we can get through a game without the weather ruining things. That's Kev from Liversedge, just across the way. So Code continuing round the wicket, bowling here to Billy Root, who is able to get across and cover his stumps and leave.
Emyr Evans says a dank West Wales. He's enjoying the commentary early doors. He can't ever remember his brother dropping him. No, my 2 half-brothers are considerably older than me, so we played in the same team once, and once only. Actually, we all did quite well. No one wanted to be the odd one out, to miss out.
No. I better not talk about my my cricketing in relation to my brothers.
All right. Oh, come on. You've set me up to ask now.
No. Code coming in to bowl here. Just been a change there, and Revis has gone in at point. And he's going to come round from there to field this next delivery, pushed into the offside by Billy Root for a single. Martin Bloomfield says, morning JD, surprised but pleased to learn that Root and Brooker retained for this match. Stand by for a Root Brothers standoff. Well, we've already had sort of one of sorts. Presumably Hill and JT being rested. Well, we'll ask the coach those questions when we get the opportunity. Don't tend to tell you those things before the match starts. Here comes Code, and that's pushed into the offside. And Shan Masood does the fielding. Martin goes on, I guess the dulcet tones of Graham's commentary will set off my Alexa once the ball disappears down the leg side as usual.
Is there any particular reason why
Legs,
Graham and leg side?
Must be something about the way Graham says leg side that
sounds like
triggers
Alexa.
off Alexa, yeah.
Morning, Alexa.
Code wide on the crease, good delivery this one, and gone straight up the finger of Ian Blackwell, and Yorkshire have a breakthrough, and it's Eddie Byram who is walking back to the changing rooms. LBW to Ben Code for 9.
Looked a bit tentative there, was pretty much pinned on the crease, and Byram on his way back to the pavilion. No real surprise, as Jonathan said, when the umpire's finger went up, and Eddie Byram's first innings of the season lasts a mere 23 balls. He hit 2 fours, and this presumably will bring in the captain Sam Northeast as Byram trudges ruefully off towards us. Bit of a way down, maybe not quite as far as in Cardiff, where you have to come down a couple of flights of steps. And then a fair way out, particularly if the pitch is on one side. But Sam Northeast does indeed emerge. As I say, once after his record-breaking efforts with a ground record score of 335 at Lords, he was 14 not out in the second innings. Since then has been dismissed, 4 times at an addition of only 42 runs. So that's cricket. One day the rooster, the next year the feather duster.
Yeah, somebody once said 1 minute you're up there and the next minute you're down there. That was my mum on a TV programme when interviewed.
Right. What was she relating to?
There was a series called First Tuesday, which was a YTV series, and they went and looked at various different angles on Yorkshire life, and this was about Pudsey St Lawrence Cricket Club. It's sort of it's up there on YouTube, I think. And among the many people who got a few words on, they interviewed my mum for a few seconds, and she said something to the effect of, in a much posher voice than normal, well, that's cricket, isn't it? 1 minute you're up there, and the next minute you're down there. Sorry, Mum.
With accompanying hand gestures, no doubt.
Yeah. Well, the full Monty. Jonathan has emailed in as well, says, hi there, Yorkshire seem to be implementing a rotation policy to accommodate Root and Brook. Code comes over the wicket, and Sam Northeast plays his first ball solidly into the offside for his counterpart Shan Masood to field. I'm unaware of any injuries, but the absent Milnes, Thompson and Hill have all performed well on occasions so far, while players like Wharton are still awaiting their chance. Is a wealth of riches a good or bad thing? Can't think it's a bad thing, can you?
Bare 11 to choose from.
Here's Code, and Northeast solidly behind it, and again no run to complete the 7th over at 18 for 1. Sam Northeast, of course, did have a very, very brief loan spell with Yorkshire.
Oh, yeah.
I think it was in the 2021 season.
Yeah,
I remember speaking
right.
to him down at Northampton anyway. He might have played 2 matches and batted 3 times, I think.
Something like that, yeah. He had an equally brief spell with Notts, and then turned up at Glamorgan the next season, for which we were very thankful.
Didn't get... I don't think he made double figures in any of his Yorkshire knocks.
No, I'm not quite sure what was happening there. Obviously unsettled, leaving Hampshire for whatever reason, but when when he signed for Glamorgan, he thought, great player. You know, why has he bounced around between clubs? But there's been no sign of anything on that front. Had a brilliant first season. Last year, a few flashes, but not as consistent by any means. And this season, starting in stellar fashion at Lords. Right, we're going to see spin at 11:29 on the first morning of a championship match, and we're going to see it from Dan Moriarty, and I'll describe this before I disappear and I'm replaced by Graham.
It'd be just a token over, Nick, you know.
They've
just got it wrong, they've got it an hour and a half too early.
Perhaps they think it's going to rain in a minute, so they'd better get the morning of the over of spin in quickly. Moriarty then with the 10th over of the day, slow left arm, and Root is forward defending to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So his attacking fielders are lithe at slip and a short leg as Moriarty is in, bowls, and forward comes Root, defends. It's Finlay Bean. Stick the youngster under the lid at short leg. 22 years old, the opening bat. On this grey morning, Moriarty just lopes in, and Root is back on his stumps, playing it into a little gap on the offside. They amble through for a single. Moriarty had hands in the air in the optimistic manner of many spin bowlers, insinuating that would have been absolutely stone dead out had it not hit the middle of the bat. 19 for 1 Glamorgan.
You've got to do that so when you do appeal, it's obviously out, isn't it?
Absolutely. Right-handed northeast on strike then, and Moriarty comes around the wicket, still with a slip and a short leg. And northeast is forward, playing it out on the leg side. To Bass at mid-wicket, no run. Obviously, Yorkshire of the opinion that even if it isn't spinning, then it might put a few question marks in Glamorgan heads, as northeast turns that one just past short leg. No run. Bit of keepy-uppy from Dom Bess, and manages to flick it up to himself without making a fool of himself. 19 for 1. Byram the man gone for 9 if you're just joining us, leg before the code. As northeast is back on his stumps, pushing it into a gap in the offside. Not quite a big enough gap to get a single out of it and get off the mark. So Root 9, northeast yet to score. And Jonathan will be joined by Graham for the next half hour.
And it must sort of stick in the craw a bit with Don Best that he's back in the side, and although he's been used plenty at Headingley over the years, the man who's come on the first day on a used pitch. But he'll have his opportunity as well to show what he can do. Fairly early possibly here as Cody's in, and that's dropped into the offside by Root. Revis coming round from point to field, and they get a single, so they've got the right hand left hand combination to deal with here, the Yorkshire bowlers. You can get in touch on at Sporting Lives 1 or BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. Malcolm Palmer says good morning. Leaving out both Thompson and Hill seems a bit odd and surely leaves us a bit thin in the seam department. Shame about the dropped catch, but Code bowling well. Hope the weather holds on. Nice here now after a couple of rainy days. Malcolm out there in Spain. Thanks for your message, and good morning, Graham Colley.
Morning, Doji. A bit more warmth in the air this morning, I think. Not quite as cool, is it?
Yeah, does feel okay. We've a measure of how much warmer it is that we've got the bottom window open where the leads and the effects mic trail out, and we haven't felt the need to close it this morning. So it must be a little bit warmer as Cody's in and bowling to northeast from over the wicket. Solidly blocked by the Glamorgan skipper.
I just noticed Billy Root just removing his sleeveless sweater an over or two ago, so he's obviously feeling the warmer air out there.
What's the Wakefield measure on things? I mean, how many layers have you got on today?
Well, I'm just on 2 today.
2 today?
Yeah.
Feeling brave. Code in and bowling, good delivery. There's a stifled appeal, maybe a bit of bat on to pad. And so no run. Match is taking place elsewhere today, by the way. Let's just have a quick early look round the grounds. Division 1, Kent 21 without loss at Old Trafford, having been put into bat by Lancashire. Essex 28 for 3 already at Taunton, having been put in by Somerset. Code in and driving into the offside there, northeast. Masood fielding. What else have we got? In fact, those are the only 2 matches in Division 1 that's starting today. Derbyshire Sussex. Derbyshire 38 for 1 at Derby, having also been put in by the visitors there. No play yet at Lords between Middlesex and Leicestershire. And that's the latest from elsewhere, the early moments. Code bowling to northeast again, who watched it well and gets over the top and runs it into the onside. Moriarty does the fielding, and even Moriarty's not got any sweater of any sort on at this point. So maybe slightly, and only slightly muggy in that respect with the cloud cover, but we haven't really seen anything swing to any great effect in the first 35 minutes of play. In comes Code again, and northeast looking to score here, pushes into the offside and sets off, but is sent back by Billy Root to complete the 9th over with Glamorgan on 20 for the loss of that 1 wicket. If you're just joining us recently, it fell in Ben Code's previous over after 6.4 overs to be precise. Eddie Byram was LBW to him for 9 from 23 deliveries, including 2 fours.
Yeah, it looks as though Ben's really found his lines, doesn't it, in the last couple of overs, making the batsman play more often than not, and certainly when he switched around the wicket to the left-hander. I think we saw, or to the left-handers at the time, I think we saw him improving those lines. There may be the first couple of overs from both ends actually where batsmen didn't have to play often enough, but as we've seen so often from Ben Code, normally right on the money, as he has been in the last couple of overs. So it's going to be Moriarty then, who will start his 2nd over from the Howard stand end, and he's going to be over the wicket to the left-handed Billy Root. Moriarty's in, Root's on the back foot, just pushes that out onto the offside behind square. They go through for a single. Matthew Fisher comes in and does the fielding. No obvious signs of any turn from Moriarty in that first over. Of course, we're just in the 10th over of the game, and spin already in the game. Moriarty will switch to round the wicket to northeast, the right-hander Adam Lyth at slip, Finlay Bean at short leg, catching in there close as Moriarty comes in now. That's down the leg side though, and that's going to be glanced down towards fine leg, where Matthew Fisher again comes round to do the fielding, and there's a couple there as Fisher's throw comes in. So Sam Northeast is off the mark. He gets a couple. Billy Root on 11, 23 for 1, Glamorgan. So a steady start for the visitors, despite the loss of that 1 wicket. As Moriarty's in again, he's just a little bit down that leg side again, and that again is just glanced down towards backward square on the leg side. They go through for another single. So just struggling to adjust those lines between right and left-handers, Moriarty at the moment, as he just settles into the game. Over the wicket this time to Root. Root pushes that out onto the offside. It's just a nudge this time, and Adam Lyth is so quickly off the mark to do the fielding. They thought about a single. There's a big shout from the other end from North East saying no, and that was a wise shout as well, because Lyth was quickly around to field and get the ball back into Johnny Tattersall's hands. Good delivery from Moriarty this time, bringing Billy Root forward. Smothers that one and pushes it out onto the offside. Fielding done by Don Bess. And how long it's likely to be before we see Bess into the action as well. Tend to think that the other seams like to come from Matthew Revis. But maybe not too long before we see Bess as well. We will see as Moriarty comes in towards us then from the Howard stand end outside the off stump. That must have been fairly close to the off stump as Billy Root just allows that one to go through to Tattersall. We might just be able to see that on the replay. But that is the end of Moriarty's second over then. 2 overs, no maidens, none for 5. And Glamorgan have moved on to 24 for the loss of that 1 wicket.
Yeah, and Yorkshire still trying to find some further inroads here. It's, even though used pitch and all that, they play very well here these days, so still only kind of just over 2.5 days old in terms of its actual play. Northeast on strike, and Code in and bowling, and Northeast just pushing back to him in his follow through, and there is no run. 3 slips and a gully. There's a point. There's a yawning gap through the covers to try and get Northeast attracted into playing the drive. Shan Masood, a little bit of a halfway house between mid-off and extra cover. Moriarty at mid-on, a bit deeper. And then out in the deep but backward square, Matthew Revis, who's going to come into play, herring round in front of square to field this, as Northeast flicked it off the legs. 1 run to him.
Fisher and Code bowled delightfully in the last championship game here against Derbyshire last week, didn't they? At the start of Derbyshire's innings, Fisher bowled a really great opening spell with the new ball from the Howard stand end. Looked really lively, bowling with great rhythm. Not quite seen a repeat of that so far today, but Code continues to be on the money as always.
Yeah, round the wicket here to Billy Root, who walks into it really and cuts to Matthew Revis at point. No run.
Likes that area just behind point, Billy Root, doesn't he? Seen him look to steer Moriarty through there more than once already today.
Yep, busy sort of player. We've talked about it when Nick and I have been on together before. It's like you get in families, mannerisms very, very similar. Billy obviously left-handed and Joe right. But the walk and the sort of spring in the step and that sort of thing, very similar, as Billy pushes one out to Shan Masood there in the offside, and there's no run.
And yet so different as well, Doidge. You know, right hand and left hand, the 2 brothers.
Yeah. Joe probably taller than Billy. A little bit more compact. Stands perfectly still at the crease and then again walks into this latest Code delivery. He does like to take just a half step. He wouldn't be too surprised if Johnny Tattersall stands up to the stumps at some point. He often does when Ben Code is bowling. There's probably feels like a similar sort of number in the ground as there generally is. Going to spend Friday at the cricket as Code is in again. It's wide of off stump, and Billy Root shoulders arms. 25 for 1 then after 11 overs. 85 remaining on day 1 in theory, although the weather might have a say.
Ben Code just calling to the dressing room for a drink, I think, on this occasion. Having a long chat there with Shan Masood. He's bowled how many? 6 overs, 1 for 8, so miserly as ever, Ben Code. Is it a drink or... No, I think it is drink, isn't it? He's looking for there. Shan Masood maybe just having a discussion around how many more, Ben? How are you feeling? Another 1, another 2? But I think the way that his figures look at the moment is probably good for at least another 1 or 2 today. Good opening spell as ever from him. And we've now got Sam Northeast about to take strike against Moriarty, who comes in round the wicket to the right-hander. Just pushed through the onside. Diving, tumbling stop there from Dom Bess at that wide, in that wide mid-wicket area. Still a slip and a short leg, and we've got a ring of 3 on the offside, saving 1. And Matt Revis out on the fence just in front of square. Pushed out onto the leg side again. Dom Bess is there. And Moriarty already quickly back to his mark. Dom Bess doing some polishing on the ball. And comes Moriarty again, though, with a little skip and a longish stride to start that run. He's in. Well, that's probably the area where he's looking to pitch them and land them as often as he can there. He brings northeast forward. No sign of any real turn there for Moriarty so far, but that would have been the length. Had the ball turned, that would have caused northeast 1 or 2 problems. Here he is again. Again, good line, good length. Northeast pushing forward on the front foot. Fielded out in the cover area there by Harry Brook. Rattling through these overs, Moriarty at the moment. 4 balls already completed. Here's number 5, and again he's got his length and his line much better in this over to the right-hander, that is for sure. And all that Northeast can do really there is just come forward cautiously, head down, eye on the ball, pushes that out into the offside. No chances taken as Glamorgan continue to build their first innings early on the first day here. A bit shorter in length, a bit quicker through the air as well from Moriarty, that one. And that will complete the over. Well, a decent over, probably Moriarty's best so far in terms of line and length. No great alarms for the Glamorgan batters, you have to say. But I think Moriarty will be pleased with just how he's landed the ball in that over. He's bowled 3 overs, no wicket for 5. And Glamorgan on to 25 for 1 after 45 minutes play.
Yeah, all of which has included Ben Code bowling from this Kirkstall lane end, and he's going to continue into the 7th over of his spell. Matthew Fisher bowling 3 at the Howard stand end. It is starting to feel gloomy now. That brightness we had earlier, despite the grey skies, not there. Ball short of length from Code to Root, and that's turned square on the leg side by Billy for a single.
Well, you and I were lucky enough to be at Scarborough, Dodgy, on Wednesday this week, watching the Diamonds, and we often see the players out there changing boots and changing bats, and during games it's most unusual to see the commentator changing footwear during the course of the commentary.
It was a bit chilly, so I went off and got an extra layer of socks on and the walking boots out of the car. Here's Code to northeast, solid block back to the bowler, no run. Was it, wasn't it? It was
really parky, wasn't it?
Got better as the day went on. We did get a bit of sunshine for a while actually in the afternoon there. But I also benefited, you know, things that you don't think about, but the thick socks and the boots had been in the car, and the sun had been on the car a little while, so the greenhouse effect was actually quite nice and toasty when I put them on.
Great thinking.
But cold in the combox, by contrast. Code is in now, the northeast in 2 minds there. Was trying to leave that at the last moment, and it more or less cannoned into the turf off his bat that he was shouldering arms at the ball with. No harm done.
But the advantage as well of having the contacts around the Scarborough Cricket Club to be able to park the car in the ground as well, so you could nip off quickly and make that quick change.
Go to northeast. Ooh, now then, that one just kicks off just back of a length, and he has to be watchful in dropping it out into the offside. Interesting times from the Kirkstall lane end then, where the 1 wicket to fall was taken from. Code then turning again. making his way in past umpire Blackwell, and Northeast right behind that. And again, no run, but it does now start to feel like, although it's not looking like it's raining anywhere particularly in the distance, because usually you can't see the distance when it is. But it's pretty grey all round. You wouldn't be surprised if the floodlights came on. Code to Northeast again. It was full length ball, and he just opened the face nicely there and ran it out to point, and picks up a couple because the throw that came in went astray. So an overthrow. A little bit of extra assistance for Sam Northeast. Moves on to 6, the partnership worth 10. Glamorgan 13 overs in, having won the toss and decided to bat, are 28 for 1.
Yeah, Dodge, as you've been mentioning, this pitch B was the one used for the previous game here against Derbyshire. A pitch that, after the shine on the new ball and the hardness of the new ball started to wear off, went really, really quiet. It just felt on that day maybe that Yorkshire just lacked some additional variety in the attack to be able to make inroads as the first aircraft, I think, of the morning since the start of play goes over to Leeds Bradford Airport, and they've rectified that today with the inclusion of Moriarty and Bess, and we've already seen Dan Moriarty into the attack then at the Howard stand end. He's going to come in to bowl to Billy Root again. Slip Adam Lyth, short leg Finley Bean, and Billy Root, watchful, pushes that one back up the pitch towards the bowler.
The lights are on.
Yep, you called it. Forecast for today after lunch, or from lunchtime onwards, is not looking great. Moriarty's in. Root rushed there outside that off stump, and that's just, I think, an edge or off the pad. Let's have a look on the replay here. Yeah, he's just rushed him into playing that forward defensive with a straight bat, but it just a very thick edge, just backward a point on the offside. Good delivery by Moriarty. Growing in confidence with this spell. Oh, and that's an attempt to drive by Root outside the off stump, and I think it's an inside edge, and how that has missed the stumps I will never know, but it's not an edge. The umpire said that's just gone straight through, and it's missed bat. Johnny Tattersall didn't get anything on it, maybe some turn there, and it's gone all the way through for 4 byes. I can only assume there's been some sharp turn on that one.
Yeah, he's landed it in the footmarks, hasn't he? He's landed it in the footmarks, and it really has gone. So if that's the sort of stuff we're in for in the next few days, could be some hair-raising moments for left-handers.
Serious turn for Moriarty. How it missed the stumps, I honestly don't know. Sharp turn, little bit of bounce as well. 32 for 1 Glamorgan then. Moriarty a bit flatter this time.
Thing is, Yorkshire have got plenty of left-handers themselves. Both openers, both top 3. Moriarty's a lefty as well down the bottom end.
Here comes that man Moriarty. Root forward, had to be careful there, kept it down. Finley Bean waiting to pounce. But you would think that Moriarty will have taken some serious encouragement from what he saw from that ball that turned out of the bowler's footmarks just a couple of balls ago. Here he is now. Arrows that one in fairly straight. Billy Root forward, bat and pad really nicely together. Head over the ball. Great forward defensive, right out of the textbook from the left-handed Billy Root. And he remained not out 12. Northeast not out 6. And it sounds like we're in the middle of a flurry of flights on its way to Leeds Bradford Airport. There's the second in just a few minutes. With Glamorgan after 14 overs on 32 for 1.
Yeah, and a change of bowling now at the Kirkstall Lane end, because Matthew Fisher had a 3-over blast from the Howard stand earlier. 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 11 to be precise. He's coming on to give Ben Code a breather and see if he can extract a bit more life out of the surface here. Sam Northeast is going to face him. 3 slips and a gully still. Point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. And in comes Fisher past umpire Blackwell. And immediately he got to the feeling of a little bit more zip as he's got. Northeast dealt with it pretty well, dropping it into the leg side. And they got through for 1. 33 for 1. Approaching the hour mark then. So interesting opening hour. But just that 1 wicket has fallen. Glamorgan, of course, chose to bat first. And for those joining us more recently, a used pitch. This is the same pitch as they played on last week against Derbyshire, when of course there wasn't a full 4 days cricket played, more like 2.5. In comes Fisher again, and Root pushing out into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, in the last over from Ben Code from this end, there were a couple of deliveries in that over on a similar spot in terms of where it pitched that just lifted a little bit off the pitch. Not seen much off the pitch really so far in the game, but he just found a spot with Code, and I guess that Fisher's going to be looking to do something similar here.
Let's see what he can produce with this delivery to the left-handed Billy Root, who's almost squared up there. Looking to turn that into the leg side and then thinking about a leave. So that's both players who've been slightly in 2 minds. Northeast, more exaggerated version of it, a little earlier. The buzz going around the ground. First morning of a 4-dayer. Optimism among the spectators. Fisher, now that he throws this one right up there, and Joe Root and Sam Northeast say, shall we dance, as they try and pass each other for some runs. They're going to get 3 of those in the end. Quick between the wickets, the pair of them. Nice push by Billy Root. And it was Ben Code, who's supposed to be having a breather, but has had to chase that down all the way to the long off boundary as it was to the left-hander beneath our feet. So Root on to 15 now. Northeast on 7, back on strike. 2 to come in this, the 15th over. Northeast just sets himself, composes himself out of this Fisher delivery, which comes now. Once again, he's throwing it right up there, Matthew Fisher, giving it a chance if it will swing for him. Hard to tell from here, but no obvious evidence of it hooping around at all so far this morning. Fisher on the turn once again. Striding in and bowls now. Once again it's up there but wide this time, and probably got the treatment it deserved, to be fair. It was just too wide a delivery, and Sam Northeast, player of his quality, is not going to miss out. And he drove it nicely through the covers for 4, so he's into double figures. 11. 22 now this second wicket partnership has been worth. 15 overs in. Glamorgan 40 for 1.
Yep, nicely timed through the offside. And once it passed Don Bess, it was 4 all the way, wasn't it, across the practice strips. And Fisher going away for a boundary, so it's going to be Billy Root back on strike. Partnership here between these two now worth 22. And the run rate is shade under 3 and over early on the first morning, as Moriarty about to start another over then, about to start his 5th, and he's bowling over the wicket with his left arm spin to Root. Root nicely behind that on the back foot, just pushes that out onto the offside. No run on this occasion. Interesting, so interesting to see spin on the first morning as Moriarty again takes that long stride as he does as he sets off towards the crease. Forcing shot this time from Root, fielded by Bess out in the offside. Harry Brook just imitating the stroke at mid-wicket there in the field, practicing a forward defensive shot, stood on the matting there. Moriarty's in, clipped off his hip by Root, and that's going to be fielded by Matthew Revis, who comes in from the boundary over in front of the western terrace. So they go through for another single. Yeah, as you were saying, Dodgy, quite a few in the ground. It's a great draw for everybody, isn't it, with Root and Brook again on the Yorkshire team sheet. Whether they will see them in the middle today, we will have to wait and see, as Moriarty waits now and comes in. Northeast drives, and it's just wide of Harry Brook, that one. So Revis, who seems to get the job of fielding in the wide open spaces in front of the western terrace in a lot of the home games in the championship, picks up, and they go through for another single. 2 balls remaining of this Moriarty over. And Billy Root waits. Ooh, and he does well to take the bottom hand off the bat there, and just drops that one down in front of Finley Bean at short leg. Could have been a bat pad potentially. Did well to keep it down. Moriarty in. Oh, and that's clipped off the hip again by Root. It hits Finley Bean on the leg. He's got those pads underneath the whites there to protect his legs at short leg, and there is no run, so that's the end of that Moriarty over. And Moriarty net then with 5 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 7.
Time for a change in the com box. Do you want to? Yeah, you've come into this seat, and we'll let Nick go back into the far right. And it's going to be Matthew Fisher to continue from the Kirkstall Lane end.
Fisher just having a discussion then with Chan Masood. Looks as though the field stays the same. We've got 3 slips and a gully as Fisher's in. Nicely pitched up, driven up towards mid-on by Northeast, and no great alarms for the Glamorgan pair at the moment. Fisher then having changed ends. First spell from the Howard stand end, and replacing Ben Code now from the Kirkstall Lane end.
Yeah, Glamorgan will want to keep it, I suspect, low-key, low drama for the next hour until lunch.
Fisher's in again then, running away from us. Bowled, pitched up again. Northeast right in behind it. No great demons in the pitch, Nick, so far. Not seen much in the way of movement.
No, a little bit of turnover of the footmarks is probably the most relevant thing in terms of the pitch. And if it's turning before lunch on day 1, then heaven knows what will be happening by Monday afternoon if we get that far.
And there are plenty of bowlers' footmarks up and down the pitch on both sides, actually, as Fisher comes in again. Ooh, and he's just lost his rhythm there. And he pulls out of the delivery at the last minute, and he'll make his way back to his mark. Didn't quite get his feet right there, potentially, maybe.
Strange.
Yeah.
Replay didn't show anything particularly awry, but obviously Fisher thought it wasn't quite 100% where it should be.
So he's back to his mark and past the umpire now, Matthew Fisher. Then good delivery outside off stump, but it's there's some width on that. And Northeast can allow that one to just go through to Johnny Tattersall. No addition to the score. Still those 3 slips and a gully. Cover point. Shan Masood at mid-off. Fairly short in there, Shan Masood at mid-off. He's level with the stumps at the bowler's end, while the mid-on is much further back. That's Dan Moriarty. His Fisher's in again, and North East will dry. Absolutely, Nick. Great shot. Full face of the bat, driven through extra cover. Well, one of the shots of the day, I think, there from Sam North East, who, well, there was no real force behind that. It was all about timing. And he found the middle of the bat, and it raced away for a terrific boundary to take Glamorgan onto 46 for 1, North East onto 16, and North East growing in terms of his presence at the crease at the moment. Just using the pace on the ball from Fisher as Fisher comes in again. That's defended by North East, played out onto the offside.
In terms of classical cricket shots, North East in full flow is lovely to watch for the neutral, though I'm fully aware that Yorkshire supporters won't want to see too much of him today.
But it must have been a joy to watch his innings at Lord's, was it?
Certainly, yes. He's just looks so in control when he's in full flow. Not a slogger, just a classical stroke play, really.
Here comes Fisher. Fielded on the leg side. Yeah, and the powers of concentration as well to bat that long. It was quite an effort.
Absolutely. Yes, the innings that lasted, what was it, 139 overs. He was in the 7th over, so 132 overs, a day and a half effectively. Glamorgan declaring it's great fun by that stage. Here's Moriarty then from the Howard Stand end, the rugby ground in use tonight for Leeds Rhinos, and Root back on his stumps and playing down to gully, and there's no run with the weather forecast at the moment. As it was at one moment overnight, I thought we might actually see more rugby league than cricket played in the vicinity, but cricket should just about win out in terms of time as Root defends the next ball to short leg, lobs it back quickly to the keeper, and there's no run.
Yeah, the game you're describing at Lord's there, one of many drawn games in the second division of the Championship this season. 2 wins, I think, that's all we've seen, isn't it?
Yep. As Moriarty bowls and Root deflects another one down to short leg. Finley Bean, there's no run. Though Glamorgan's first 2 games were not hugely affected by the weather, to be fair. They were more a case of the Kookaburra ball and the flat pitches. As Moriarty bowls and Root plays it off the back foot, but straight to backward point. No run. It was interesting that there was, for the first time in recent decades, I think, spin on the first couple of days in Cardiff, but then it pretty much diluted and vanished over the second 2 days of the game against Derbyshire. Thus taking the Derbyshire easily able to take the sting out of the game and bat out time on the final day. Will we see a similar scenario here, or will it get more and more turn? Unusual we're talking about this at Headingley, but I have to emphasise it is a used wicket. It's 2.5 days old effectively from the start, as Moriarty bowls to Root, who's forward very carefully, and the ball travelling about 2 inches from his bat on that occasion, down in front of him. So there's a sweeper on the cover boundary and on the mid-wicket boundary, which is a little conservative, I think, from Shan Masood at this stage of proceedings. Moriarty in to bowl. Root back on his stumps, knocks it into that gap on the offside, and will take the single out towards point. So that ticks Glamorgan on 2. It's the last ball of the over, so Root retains the strike. 47 for 1. Root has 18. North East has 16. Byram, the man out leg before to Code for 9. And you're listening to BBC Sport Online through the BBC Sport website and app, and also through the Yorkshire and Glamorgan websites with the video feed. And it's nice for the first time this season to be on the video stream for a Glamorgan away game, because a couple of occasions have been at counties that have, for whatever reason, chosen to do their own thing.
Yeah, it certainly helps, doesn't it, with seeing a replay or two, that is for sure, as Matthew Fisher comes in. Just seen that's played out onto the onside. Fisher does the fielding. Just seen George Hill on 12-man duties out there doing some fielding.
Yeah, I
for
thought I
Yorkshire.
spotted the 18. Probably someone just changing their boots at this early stage, I imagine.
Yeah, I think it was Ben Code who left the field temporarily. He's back on now. Just having a chat with Matthew Fisher there, Ben Code, as Fisher's back to his mark again. Just tosses the ball into the air. And going into Billy Root with those 3 slips and a gully. That's short. It's pulled really well by Billy Root. That is a terrific shot. He's quickly onto it. Real effort ball from Fisher. And he's right onto the top of that one, Billy Root. Knocks it into the ground, and it races away for 4 up towards the eastern stand. So it tests him with a short one, and Root proving there that he's right onto the job.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad short delivery, was it? Probably pitched around about off stump. No obvious change in field to set any trap, but as you say, Root played it well.
Brings up the 50 for Glamorgan, and that's a quick delivery outside the off stump. It flies through to Johnny Tattersall. He takes it about shoulder high above that right shoulder. No addition to the score, so 51 for 1 Glamorgan, Root 21, courtesy of that boundary northeast on 16. And we're in the 19th over here at Headingley, as Doidgy said, with the floodlights now shining brightly. A bit more of a greyish menace to the clouds as Fisher comes in again, outside off stump, and Root allows that one to go through to the keeper.
Yeah, difficult time to be batting really, because the weather has to be in the back of your mind. The Met Office currently tells us there's a 60% chance of it raining around the 1 o'clock mark, and then 80% at 2. So if we get to lunch, that may well be it for some time, I suspect.
Yeah, it looks fairly bleak. Beyond that, the percentages are not quite as high, but they're still high enough where you would expect to see some rain falling. As Fisher comes in again, it's very still as well, isn't it? The conditions. There's no real breeze or movement in the air to move any of these clouds away.
Well, it's nice to be reasonably warm in the commentary box after my experience last time out at Northampton, where we had to have the window open for the effects mic, and it was decidedly parky. The wind was whistling round our Watsits.
Yeah, inside is not always 100% beneficial, is it? As Fisher's in again, clipped off his legs by Root this time, and that's going to race away as well. So Fisher's a little bit overpitched. He's lost his line a touch there, and Root, well, 2 boundaries up to the to that eastern side of the ground there in this over. 1 short ball and a great pull. He was onto it so quickly, and this one is just clipped off Midland leg, and he finds the middle of the bat, and it's amazing what a couple of boundaries does to your score. He's now moved on to 25. Billy Root, and Glamorgan on to 55 for 1. So Matthew Fisher not quite found the menace that we've seen from him in recent weeks in terms of his line and length, and that extra little bit of zip that we particularly saw in the last game against Derbyshire. And Billy Root profiting there with a couple of great boundaries on the leg side.
Moriarty left arm around the wickets to Sam Northeast, the Glamorgan skipper these days. And Northeast is pushing forward dead bats. I'm Nick Webb 2017 on X, formerly Twitter, ex-Twitter, and also Nick Webb 2017 at gmail.com if you fancy dropping me a longer line on anything cricketing matters, or you're not on social media. Moriarty into Northeast, defends back down the pitch again. Player Pompey says things which are inevitable in life. Death, taxes and Glamorgan losing an early wicket. So cynical, so cynical. New opening pair with Eddie Byram back in to join Billy Root. As Sam Northeast batting at 3 these days. Put himself up the order with Colin Ingram dropping down to 5. As that is driven through the leg side. Best just might have got a fingertip to it, and it's hauled up inside the distant wide long on boundary, and that keeps them down to 2 runs. And Bess, that shock of bright blonde hair, gets up very slowly indeed and wrings his hand. Shan Masood, not for the first time today, with a long chase and a slide just inside the ropes. 2 more to the Glamorgan total, 57 for 1. Northeast has 18. And, well, if they get through to lunch one day, down, Glamorgan will be absolutely delighted. Northeast knocks that one into a gap on the offside, takes the single, and...
yeah, apart from that one ball that we saw that turned out the footmarks, no great alarms really for the Glamorgan pair. And it would be, as you say, if they could make it through to lunch for the loss of 1, it'd be a moral victory, wouldn't it?
Over the wicket to the left-handed Roots, who plays that one to Gully. No run. Batting to come, Kieran Carlson at 4. He's averaging 45 this season, if I can read my notes. Colin Ingram at 5. He's got 306 runs for 3 times out, so average of 102 at the moment. Moriarty bowls. Root is forward rather tentatively, pushes it very slowly out on the offside, so slowly that keeper Tattersall is the man to do the fielding in a silly point position. And that's the end of the over. 58 for 1. Root has 25. Northeast has 19. Byram, leg before the code, for 9. And the rest of this Glamorgan side, well, we're not sure whether Tom Bevan or Chris Cook will come in at 6. It's normally been Cook, but Bevan is a frontline batter, though he may be playing today on the grounds of his newly acquired off-spin skills. Then the lower order: James Harris, Mason Crane, Jamie McIlroy and Mir Hamza, the Pakistani.
So Matthew Fisher about to start another over. 20 overs completed. Fisher's bowled 6 overs. No wicket for 31 so far, the last over. A touch expensive from his point of view with those 2 boundaries too. He's bowling to the right-hander, Northeast. He's forward, just falls over as he plays that shot. And thickish edge out towards the cover area. Other options for Yorkshire in terms of bowling, I guess, looking down the Yorkshire side today. We've not seen Matthew Revis yet, and we're still to see Dom Bess as well. I think you're likely to see one or both of those potentially before lunch here as Fisher comes in. Again, Northeast right in behind that, played up towards mid-off, and mid-on, beg your pardon, fielded by Ben Code. You're mentioning Sam Northeast, captain of Glamorgan. Will he captain the white ball, or does that fall to Kieran Carlson?
That's Carlson again this year. Yeah, David Lloyd was meant to be doing T20 last year, but didn't because of injury, so Carlson familiar to the role.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's Fisher again then. Down to 2 slips and a gully. Yorkshire have just taken 3rd slip away. Not a great deal going on for Fisher outside the off stump. Went for 2 fours in the last over, so just plugging one of those gaps out onto the eastern side of the ground there.
And later in the match, when Glamorgan are in the field, you probably notice Carlson doing a bit of the directing from mid-off, and Chris Cook, former captain, keeping wicket, will chip in as well.
Here's Fisher running away from us, then past the umpire now. That's pitched on the stumps, and it's played really elegantly through the leg side by Northeast. He hasn't quite got enough on it for it to go all the way for 4. Ben Code's giving chase, but they will go through for a comfortable 3. He rather caressed that one through the leg side, northeast.
Yeah, Dan Moriarty putting in the dive at mid-wicket. It's one of those dives, I suspect, where I think I'd better make the effort, and if I miss it, at least I won't have to chase it for miles. Or is it just us lower league players think like that?
No, he didn't look as though he'd like to get much on it, and Ben Code had the long chase on this occasion. Moriarty makes his way now for the left-hander across to mid-wicket. 2 slips and a goal. It looks, well, I thought Revis might be coming up into a catching position there, just behind point, but no, he's still saving one, but it's quite close in as Fisher's in again to Root, and Root this morning has looked really solid, really solid.
Yep, apart from the chance to his brother, but he has adopted a calmer persona, I think, as you'd hope for one being promoted up the order. Batting at 6, he was always quite keen to get on with things, a little bit skittish at times, looking a little bit scratchy occasionally, but so far.
Fisher into Billy Root again. Root allows that one to go through to the keeper. It's just across his body in terms of the line. Shoulders, arms, and it's taken at regulation height behind the stumps by Johnny Tattersall on this occasion. So that's the end of Fisher's over. So no great alarms for the Glamorgan batters from Fisher's end in the last few anyway. And as you say, Nick, I think Glamorgan will be really pleased with progress so far. Just 1 wicket to fall at 61 for 1 after 21 overs.
Good afternoon to Garth Williams, who inquires when is Marnus Labuschagne back? Probably the game after next, I believe. Could Glamorgan play Ingram and Marnus together? Only if they leave out Mir Hamza. Kellen Ingram is not UK qualified, despite living over here these days. So thank you for that, Garth.
Labuschagne just resting at the moment, is he?
Labuschagne is, yeah, workload management and all that.
Yeah.
Busy man around the year. And, well, hopefully he'll stay at Glamorgan for 2.5 months or so, June, July as well, as North East turns the first ball of Moriarty's over into the leg side. But Colin Ingram, having done so well so far, it does beg the question of whether they will consider playing both batters, but that will leave them short of seam bowling potentially, unless Van der Hoogten's fit again. Moriarty bowls, North East forward defending on the leg side. Morning to Aled Burkitt, decent start for Glamorgan. Joe doing Billy a favour, yep. Hope the rain stays away there. And in South Wales, as Pontier first team take on Llanarth at the Oaklands. First game back with my brother in 7 years, says Aled. Cheers, brother. As Moriarty bowls, North East turn that one through short leg and down to backward square for a single as Code comes in off the boundary. And North East has 23, it's 62 for 1. Yes, good luck to everyone in club cricket land trying to get games on this weekend. Moriarty in to bowl to Root, who dabs it into the offside and will take a single, 63 for 1. Unfortunately, the news coming through on my own club grapevine last night that both teams, Machen away to Barry Athletic and home to Abercynon. Those games both called off with quite a lot of swamp-like conditions around club grounds in South Wales still. As North East tries to whip it away on the leg side. There's a bit of excitement as he misses, but I think Tattersall couldn't take it cleanly anyway. And it didn't look as though he got anything on it. Any deflection was off the hip rather than the bat or gloves of North East. Moriarty, couple of walking paces, couple of jogged, and North East glances one down to backward square for another single. 64 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online.
Yeah, club cricket similarly affected in this part of the world as well, Nick. I think this weekend ordinarily in a normal season should have been weekend 3.
All right.
For most leagues in the Yorkshire region. In some leagues the first 2 weekends had been cancelled by the league in their entirety, all games. So many teams hoping to play their first game this weekend, but lots of stories of, you know, groundsmen struggling to get mowers onto the square and onto the outfield. Been a really difficult time for the local lads in the club cricket scene, but good luck to everybody as well in Yorkshire club cricket this weekend. Let's hope that people can get the bats out and the pads out and get out there and play a game.
That's what it's all about. Perhaps we'll throw that open over the weekend, and people can tell us about their playing experiences if they have got onto the park.
So we're going to see a change then from the Kirkstall Lane end, and it's going to be Matthew Revis. We just talked about what the options were for Yorkshire, and Matthew Revis is coming back into the, or not coming back, but coming into the attack for the first time then. Ooh. And it's a short one to start with, so I think Matthew Revis has already signalled his intentions, and we've got a Yorkshire fielder back on the boundary in front of the Western Terrace. We've got a fine leg back as well on the edge. And Matthew Revis, who has played this role for Yorkshire on a fairly regular basis of late, is very much considering himself at the moment to be a bit of an enforcer. And there was some bounce in the pitch there for him, that was for sure. As he comes in again now, not quite as short. Well played by North East, pushing that out onto the offside.
Yeah, not in the wickets against Derbyshire. So still looking to open his account for the season. Took 5 for 50 in Cardiff, so he's got recent success against Glamorgan. So recent, the back end of last season. I think it was the penultimate round of the championship.
I think that was his first class 5 for Matthew Revis in that game. Here's Revis in again, outside off stump, but well outside off stump, almost a wide. It was a one-day wide for sure.
Yeah, it certainly was.
Taken by Johnny Tattersall out towards his right hand side, almost in front of Joe Root at first slip there. Big, strong, tall fella, Matthew Revis, really broad across the shoulders. Certainly got some power and developing his skills in the early years of his career with Yorkshire as he comes in again running away from us. That again. Outside off stump, it's wide, and there's just a little bit of movement, a bit of shape away after it passes the batter there. Johnny Tattersall had to move pretty quickly to his right to take that. Not seen much in the air this morning at all, if anything.
Well, at the moment, he's testing the skills of keeper Johnny Tattersall rather than the batters, with a couple of balls in this over.
Yeah, Tattersall having to work hard. 64 for 1. Revis in again then. Decent line this time, but North East again just raises the bat in the air and allows that one to go through to Tattersall again. Just, I think, signs there that Dom Bess might be just going through 1 or 2 stretches. Bit of a warm-up routine for him, so we might see him. Yeah, we've got, what, 33 minutes or so before lunch here, so we might see Dom Bess. Let's see what develops there as Revis comes in again, and he's a little bit wide, and that is the end of Matthew Revis's first over. He was, what's the best way in what's a reasonable way to describe that? A little bit wayward at times, let's put it that way.
Yeah, the first couple of balls were all right. Short pitch ball, fizzed through, and then one back of a length that needed playing as well, but then several wide of off stump that didn't really need playing and would have been difficult to reach for some North East. 64 for 1. We are through 23 overs, so there shouldn't be any problem with Yorkshire's over rate, with 2 spinners playing. one of those, Dan Moriarty, is into his 9th over. And Billy Root is defending it out on the leg side. No run as Harry Brook wanders round gently at mid-wicket to field. Skies are darkening a little. Floodlights have been on a fair while now. As Root is pushing forward, defending on the offside this time, and there is no run, and I think we'll be lucky if we get an afternoon session in this game. So don't take an early lunch, dear listener. Make the most of it while it lasts. Moriarty wearing 11 is in left arm over to bowl to Root, who squirts that one down into the ground, just short of Finley Bean.
Could see why Yorkshire might be thinking about Best coming into the attack, particularly while the left-hander Billy Root's in there, with those bowlers' footmarks potentially being problematic, and with Best, you know, with his off-spin just turning the ball away from the left-hander.
A little bit of turn there for Moriarty. Not dramatic on that occasion, as Moriarty bowls to Root, back on his stumps, plays it past short leg, and there's a single there as it's only parried away by Brook at mid-wicket, but the ball going about 10 metres away from him as he ended up on his belly, and needed Revis to mop it up from square leg, and they go through for a single as 2 fielders tried in vain to stop it, and it needed a third. 65 for 1. Nick Webb and Graham Colley with you on BBC Sport Online, as Moriarty over the wicket, round the wicket rather, to the right-handed northeast, who just dinks it down to backward square for the single. Morgan ticking along in singles.
Don't think it was any more than just an early morning stretch for Don Bess. I've not seen any sort of additional warm-up routines taking place there.
In comes Moriarty. Root pushes forward. There's a big appeal for the court at the wicket, not given. No, they seemed pretty interested there, the Yorkshire fielders, but the appeal died away fairly quickly. There weren't too many teapots when it was given not out. Well, it wasn't off the pad. The replay shows that the bat was a fair way from the body of Billy Root, but umpire Mark Newell not impressed, and it remains 66 for 1.
Guessing there must have been a noise of some description, whether it was bat on ground, not sure. Tattersall did well to get across and take that in both hands. But Moriarty certainly got Root playing away from his body there, outside the off stump. Bringing the edge into play as Revis comes in again. Good delivery. Pushed out onto the offside, right northeast, and there's no addition to the score. So as we mentioned, these two going along very, very nicely at the moment. Revis now in his second over from the Kirkstall lane end. Just receives the ball from Shan Masood, and he's back to his mark now as he runs away from us. Right arm over the wicket. Revis again is a little bit wide outside the off stump, and that is not going to trouble Sam Northeast at all, and I get the impression that Northeast will be more than happy just to allow those to go through to the keeper. He's not going to chance his arm with any of those, I don't think, today.
Well, what's the point, really? You're asking for trouble. It's that far wide almost. It's probably difficult to reach them in terms of playing a full-blooded shot.
Yeah, just needs to tighten up on that line, bring the batsman forward if he can. That's a much better delivery from Revis as Northeast pushes that back into the offside, but again he just falls over. That right leg comes round as he plays that shot. Seen that before this morning, so just slightly off balance maybe there, but no no worries as far as North East is concerned.
One other game ongoing in Division 2, Derbyshire against Sussex. Derbyshire 75 for 2, Lewis Rees 30 not out. That's at Derby, where Sussex won the toss.
Here's Revis. Oh, that is a beauty. That's a Jaffa. Well, that's his best of the day so far. It's just outside off stump. It's sharpish is the delivery. There's a bit of movement maybe off the pitch there. As we've been saying, we've not seen too much of that so far. It goes through to the keeper. Ooh, it really squares him up, and it moves away off the seam through to the keeper. That's a terrific delivery. Slightly angled in and then moving away off the pitch.
Not much North East could have done about that, really. He had to play it.
I don't think many batters could have done much with that one, as Revis comes in again and played out onto the onside. Fielded done by Ben Code.
No play so far at Lords. Middlesex against Leicestershire. In Division 1, Lancashire against Kent. At Old Trafford, the visitors, Kent, are 64 for 2. Zach Crawley's just gone for 41 there. And at Taunton, Somerset against Essex. Essex are 80 for 4.
This will be the last ball of the 25th over of the Glamorgan innings. Again, it's outside that off stump from Revis, and that is the end of the over. So 25 bowled in total, and a pretty decent start for Glamorgan. They are 66 for 1, and Doidge will be coming back in to replace me.
Thank you very much, Graham. Yeah, Taunton, Essex were at 1 point 45 for 4 against what it's quite a useful Somerset seam attack there. Tom Westley is 34 not out. A couple of wickets for Craig Overton. And when you've got Jake Ball coming on as bowler number 5, you know you've got a decent attack, really. Morgan 66 for 1. As there are further consultations, conversations. It looks as though it's going to be Moriarty to continue into over number 10. As Billy Root surveys the scenery. There's a leg slip as well as a slip on a short leg now. Harry Brook is helmeted at leg slip, and Moriarty bowls, and Root goes for the slog sweep, and he's nailed that one through mid-wicket, and that'll race away to the boundary in front of the Western Terrace. So Root deciding that he shouldn't entirely let Moriarty just bowl to him, and that he maybe needs to get rid of 1 or 2 of those close fielders. Second wicket partnership passes 50 with that blow. 70 for 1. Root has 31, North East 25. So going around about the same pace. More consultations and conversations. Underneath the bright lights, it really is pretty murky out there, and they certainly wouldn't be on without the lights. As Moriarty bowls again, and no, he doesn't. Bizarrely, Moriarty pulled out of his bowling stride and then gestures to Harry Brook and saying he doesn't want a leg slip after all. Or does he want someone else in at leg slip? Well, that was just odd. As Moriarty came in to bowl and now he's didn't bowl, and now he's changing the field. Decides that he wants Brook round at mid-wicket after Root's 1 blow in that area, and Root is therefore able to knock it down past short leg and go through for a single. That was just odd, in that Moriarty seemed to decide in the bowling stride that he didn't want a leg slip anymore.
Very strange. Head scratcher.
And that's a little bit of a moral victory for Billy Root to remove a close fielder with just 1 blow, and Yorkshire maybe Moriarty should have kept his nerve a little bit more. And he comes to bowl to Sam North East at 71 for 1, and North East steps back and plays it into the covers where it's fielded by Revis. At the deeper and squarer of the two covers. Harry Brook in a more conventional position on one of those sheets of matting on the old wickets, which can't be entirely easy to field on. In fact, he's come just in front of it, so he won't get any bobbles. Moriarty to northeast. Steps back and cracks it again to Revis at the square cover position. A little bit of bounce for Moriarty, but northeast able to watch it onto the bat, play off the back foot quite happily on those occasions. Can Moriarty pose a few more questions? That one's straighter, and northeast just lunging forward and playing back to the bat. It's all very cagey, this 100 minutes of cricket we've had so far.
Yeah, it's a start to a match like I've not seen probably ever since doing this job, I don't think, Nick.
As northeast defends on the leg side, thinks about a single, decides against it. Well, certainly in the first home match in Cardiff, we said we'd never seen the ball spin sharply on the first day, and I can't remember a championship game starting on a pitch which had been used 5 days previously, albeit not for a full game. Yeah,
interesting times. Just seen Kevin Sharp downstairs, the new president of the Yorkshire Past Players Association. He's delighted to have been voted in. Says he's going to come up and join us just after lunch for a chat, which will be good to catch up with him. And heads up as well, by the way, I've got an update for BBC Radio York in about 5 minutes. One of those where you won't hear the cue because it'll be coming down the mobile phone.
Oh, high technology.
So Revis going in from the Kirkstall lane and round the wicket here to Billy Root. Throws one up full this time and is driven very nicely through extra cover. And Billy Root will pick up 4. Very well played. 36 to him now. Partnership worth 57 and 75 for 1. Represents the sort of start that you'd want, really, when you've won the toss and decided to bat. And particularly, given that it is a used pitch.
Not quite packing that area behind square on the offside as they did in the last match here between these two counties, where I think they bowled to Billy Root with 4 slips and 2 gullies.
Yeah.
He was caught at the square gully.
Yeah, that may change in time as they try and find a way, but been finding taking 20 wickets in a match difficult so far. Revis is in, that's angled in towards Root, but he's able to leave it.
Yeah, there's the conundrum for Glamorgan, particularly without Tim van der Hoogten, their leading seam bowler of last season, who is out injured with no imminent sign of his return, unfortunately. Mir Hamza has been very tidy and economical, but has only taken 3 wickets, the Pakistani signed for the first couple of months of the season.
Wickets kind of been at a premium, particularly when the Kookaburra was around. Revis is in again and Root pushes into the offside for Moriarty to field, and there was no run.
In retrospect, wasn't that bizarre timing to use the Kookaburra at the beginning of the England and Wales season, when wickets are likely to be damp and the ball didn't appear to react well to the sort of surfaces that it was being bowled on. Hopefully it'll work better later in the season. I won't count on it.
Sorry, just got a deafening cue from BBC Radio York to adjust the phone volume. Lovely shot here from Billy Root, again served up to him at half volley length on this occasion by Matthew Revis, and just stroked away through that gap in the offside. Plays that shot very nicely, and the latest 4 takes him to 40. And the total to 79 for 1 now in the 27th over. And still just that lone success with the ball for Yorkshire. Eddie Byram, LBW to Ben Code for 9. Masood eventually returning with the ball. Flicks it back to his teammate, who's going to come in again then. Right arm round the wicket. It's outside off stump, and again Billy Root able to leave quite comfortably on this occasion. He's faced 73 deliveries so far for this 40, 104 minutes of batting.
He's probably left about half of them, hasn't he?
Yeah. And 5 fours within. And Sam Northeast, well, we know all about his powers of concentration. Just about getting himself in at this stage after 65 deliveries, 25 against his name. The latest Revis delivery is short of length, and Root shoulders arms to complete the 27th over at 79 for 1. I better just carry on until we've done this. There is some music on at the moment. I'm not quite sure what it is.
Yeah, looking at the shot of the crowd on that last occasion, they're pretty well wrapped up. Way to our left on the eastern side of the ground. No brollies up yet, thankfully. But you suspect there'll be a few diving for cover underneath the football stand end at some point, joining those who are already under cover.
Kent 3 down, by the way, at Old Trafford against Lancs, 71 for 3, and Essex 5 down in their match against Somerset at Taunton. So Moriarty, he's going to continue at the Howard stand end. Bowling left arm round the wicket here to Northeast, who turns it to Don Best coming in from mid-wicket. No run. Very much an in-out field here. There's a sweeper. Both a leg and an orthodox slip. Point. Squarish cover a bit deeper. Shortish extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a straight mid-wicket. There's Moriarty again, Northeast. With a beautiful block into the offside. Harry Brook doing the fielding. Here we go with the update. Yeah, both sides in fact looking for their first win of the championship season. Glamorgan won the toss earlier and decided they'd bat first on a pitch that's been used, in fact used last week against Derbyshire for about 2.5 days or so of play. And they've started the better in the sense that they've just lost the 1 wicket so far in almost the 2 hours that we've been playing, an hour and 3/4 of play to be precise. 80 for 1, Joe Root dropping his brother Billy, who edged one to first slip fairly early on in the piece. So 1 up for the Glamorgan brother at this stage because he's 40 not out. Sam Northeast is 26 not out. The wicket to have fallen was that of opener Eddie Byram, LBW to Ben Code for 9. A couple of changes to the Yorkshire side to tell you about as well from last week's match. Don Best back in for his first class match of the season, and Dan Moriarty, who was rested last week, is back in the side as well. They replace George Hill and Jordan Thompson. 27 overs and 4 balls in, and Glamorgan 84 for 1 in the first innings of the match.
And while Jonathan was talking to radio listeners, we had a beautiful reverse sweep for 4 by Billy. Moriarty then to Billy Root on 44 not out. And forward he comes, dabs it on the offside. Tattersall strolls round from behind the stumps and there is no run. Billy Root keen on the reverse sweep, particularly in the white ball formats. Just the one slip to worry about when he plays that shot. And managed to play it all along the ground anyway. 84 for 1. Dan Moriarty in towards us, bowls, and Root drops it down towards point and goes through for the single. As Graham has been a team player and brought us lunchtime supplies, negating the danger of the ravening hordes of the written media scoffing the lot before we get there. 85 for 1. Glamorgan having chosen to bat, 28 overs bowled. Root has 45, Northeast has 26, Byram leg before to code for 9.
And Revis going to continue then. From the coastal lane end. To passing air traffic as he's bowling to Root, who shoulders arms to another one wide of off stump.
I think that might be potentially quite distracting.
Yeah,
for the players.
in the
Maybe it
women's
doesn't
game,
sound as loud out there.
no, in the women's game a couple of weeks ago, the umpire actually put his arm out and stopped play when there was air traffic passing. But they never do that in the men's games. I've never seen them stop.
More used to it, I suppose.
Maybe. So Route 45 as opposed to 66. And Revis 77 coming into bowl to him. Nicely played as well. Billy got right across outside off stump there and sort of punted it really through mid wicket along the deck all the way. It was a lovely little shot and well chased down by a combination of Harry Brook and Ben Code out there on the east side boundary. And they got back for 2, so Billy on to 47. 87 for 1.
So how far would we be from the airport here?
About a minute
All right.
in the air.
That's why it's noisy then.
Yeah, Revis round the wicket and Root leaves one. Yeah, you're talking about 4 or 5 miles. Graham actually lives very close, right in the flight path, aren't you? So I mean, he's literally, you could probably just about, if you've got a good arm, throw something to the end of the runway from your house.
I wouldn't recommend it, throwing things on the runway.
Oh, really? Says he has to turn his landing light off at night.
Well, there's more than one meaning to landing, isn't there?
Revis into Root, who's solidly behind it, and there is no run. Yeah, the Leeds Bradford Airport is a place called Yeadon, just up the road, which is pretty much an extension of the top of Otley Shevin, where there's a big drop off down to Otley, and it's one of the highest, must be one of the highest points in the area, certainly. And so anytime there's any weather around, it gets it. Fog, get cancellations, quite a bit of that as Revis is in, and Billy Root thinking about playing that, and in the end I think we'll give him the benefit of the doubt that he did get the periscope, the bat down, and got right down underneath the ball.
It was quite awkward from Root there, wasn't it? He might have had that flicking off the gloves on another day because he didn't quite get it down in time, I don't think.
Yeah, I think this is arguably the most fluent and sort of controlled he's looked. I know he got the edge early doors and could have been out for 6 on another day, but he's certainly taking the chance that's been offered to him here, Billy. Slight flex at the knee and his trigger movement as he again opens up the leg side from this Revis delivery and will take 1 to Ben Code. So that's the end of 29 overs. 88 for 1, Root on 48 and Northeast on 26, and a really valuable partnership this of 70 so far for the second wicket.
Again, Glamorgan with an eye on the clock, an eye on the time, and an eye on luncheon and the poor forecast for this afternoon. I think you'd probably be kicking yourself if you got out now playing a rash shot and then had to cogitate on it for a couple of hours with the rain coming down, possibly. Maybe we will play into this afternoon. Moriarty is in to bowl to Root, who is forward, pushing very gently out on the offside. Tattersall fields from behind the stumps, no run. So back to the 2 infielders, the close fielders rather. Short leg and slip. Leg slip having departed to short mid-wicket once Root brought out a slog sweep. Moriarty in, bowls. Root pushes forward. Ball just trickling very gently to short leg. And there is no run. Billy Root then on 48. He's averaging 27 coming into this match, highest score of 67 in the first match against Middlesex. And Root is forward, killing any spin and just propelling it very gently back about half the length of the pitch towards the bowler. He's got a couple of half starts as well, 32 against Derby, 41 in the second innings against Northants. As he's played that one again into a little gap on the offsides, and again they're able to wander through for a single. Route to 49 not out, and the total to 89 for 1. Where are we? 2 balls left of this over. They may just get another Moriarty over in, but depends what happens during the next one from Revis. 6 minutes to 1 o'clock according to the board, as Moriarty bowls and North East gently plays it into the offside. Fielded by Fisher at point. Again, North East playing a lot off the back foot and watching any spin carefully. And it's only really the one ball that's turned off the foot mark so far, as North East pushes that one towards mid-wicket. And that is the conclusion of the over, with Glamorgan 89 for 1, Root 49. North East is 26. I'd better depart and assure radio listeners in Wales that I'm present and correct for the 1 o'clock, so I'll leave you to steer it through to lunch.
Okay, all ship shape and Bristol fashion, etc. Looks a bit chilly up there, says Nigel Malinder. Good afternoon to you, Nigel. He says down at Queen's Park, of course the home of Chesterfield Cricket Club, where he's chairman, and the place that Yorkshire traditionally get beaten in T20 cricket. He says he's hoping the rain stays away. Ground staff have done an amazing job this week. Sri Lankan overseas player Kamira has the paintbrush out, sprucing up the interior of the pavilion. Sounds good. Never get invited to the interior of the pavilion when you're in the press down at Chesterfield. Just a note there, Chairman. We're always in a marquee outside. Want to pop back in for a minute, Graham? Final over or so before the lunch break. Billy Root is going to be on strike, and Don Best, he of the peroxide blonde, well, he went that way, didn't he, a couple of years ago, and it's stuck. And looks like he's probably had an extra dousing or whatever it is you have with peroxide blonde. It's not something that you and I don't think have ever quite managed. Got enough natural peroxide blonde, shall we say. As Bess is in and Root turns it to Root, who's fielding at mid-on, and that will bring up Billy Root's 50, and that is a very well taken 50, having been dropped by his brother on 6. 88 deliveries, 118 minutes, and it's included 6 fours. And he's played with good sense throughout it. It's a 17th first-class 50 to go with 7 hundreds, and well earned.
Yeah, he's batted really, really well, hasn't he? Defended really well, left the ball really well.
Bess is in, it's flicked to leg by North East and fielded mid-wicket by Harry Brook. No run. Alan Cayley, thanks to you for your email to BBC West Yorkshire Sport at gmail.com. He says from the ground to the end of the runway it's 6.2 kilometres to be precise, so 4 to 5 miles. Well, what, a million miles out, was it? 4 miles, I suppose. If you go up the Otley Road, because you go the way you go home in your head and then onto the airport, don't you? That's the sort of map you draw out. Another dot there, and the same again as North East whips one into the leg side. Just a couple to go before the lunch break, during which time there will be a 50-year presentation to take place on the outfield, as Bess is flicked backward of square by North East for 1. He'll presumably be sitting on his bat now at the lunch break at 91 for 1. So Ray Lehman, Sue Robinson and Gordon Hoyle to receive 50-year presentation on the outfield at lunchtime. Stick around for that, folks. As Bess is bowling to Root, final ball of the session, run down through the third man area and they'll pick up 1. So Billy Root finishing on 51, Sam Northeast on 27, and in fact we are going to get another over in. 12.59's been hanging around on that board for what seems like an eternity, but they have managed to get round, and so it won't be the final ball before lunch. And Graham will take you through the last over.
Yeah, Yorkshire will be hoping that they can just somehow find a way to get a second wicket here. It's been a great morning for Glamorgan, win the toss, elect to bat, and they have proven that that was absolutely the right decision to make as far as they're concerned. And as Moriarty comes in to bowl his 13th over without success so far, to Billy Root, who's looking really composed as he plays that out onto the offside there. Yeah, great innings by Billy Root. I mentioned his defence and how well he'd left the ball, but he's also played some good shots. He's been tested. Short ball, I remember him pulling away really well. Quickly onto that for 4, and some good drives through the offside as well. As Moriarty's in again, he allows that one to run off the face of the bat, fielded just behind point by Ben Code. So Glamorgan will be the happier of the two counties as things stand here on the first morning of this match at Headingley. Moriarty from the Howard stand end just turns then, and he comes in past the umpire now. Still that short leg and a slip, a bit more flight on that one, suspicion of a little bit of turn maybe out of the bowler's footmarks there, as Root has to play forward a long way outside the off stump, and it squirts off the inside edge of the bat towards the top of the bat, and yeah, sharp turn out of the bowler's footmarks. We haven't seen it often, maybe only the second time potentially that we've seen it, but it just gives you an indicator of what there might be to come here. Oh, an appeal for LBW. Root's on the back foot this time, and he looked to be well back on his stumps there, Billy Root. Moriarty with a big appeal, Tattersall as well.
Did you hit it, I think Dan said, and I think Billy was indicating that he did. Yeah, he might have just got some inside edge up towards the splice onto his pad.
More turn off the pitch again. So maybe we're just starting to see more of it as the ball wears a little bit older. Moriarty's in again, off the pad this time, and a decent shout. Moriarty's down on one knee, appealing to the umpire.
Turned sharply that one, but I think he was probably doing too much.
Nice flight, that did turn a lot, didn't it? Down the leg side, missing leg stump. So an interesting last over before lunch here. Yorkshire just starting to get the ball to turn by the looks of things. Billy Root, I think, will be happy just to come out of this over unscathed as Moriarty comes in to complete the over. That's gone in the air. Is there something on that? There is indeed. And Moriarty strikes. It's caught at short leg by Finley Bean, and Billy Root cannot believe it. Firstly, it looked as though the last over might have been the last over, but Yorkshire just managed to get across quickly to bowl another over before the luncheon interval. And Moriarty, you have to say, has bowled a terrific over. And the 32nd over of the Glamorgan innings produces the wicket of Billy Root, caught by Finley Bean at short leg for 51, 123 minutes. 95 balls and 6 fours, and he looks seriously disappointed, Billy Root. Whether he's disappointed to get out or whether he feels maybe he didn't get anything on it, the ball looped up in the air, potentially off bat and pad. We've got a replay now, so we'll have a look and just see whether there, well, it was a thin edge. If there was, it's hit the pad, it's gone in the air. Finley Bean steps forward to pounce and take that. Well, if he has got bat on that, it's a thin edge taken by Finley Bean. The finger went straight up quickly, and that is lunch, and Yorkshire will be absolutely thrilled with that, Doiju, aren't they? Just what they needed. Yeah,
just what they needed before the break. Real fillip for them, because they've had to toil away this morning and try and get the ball to do something, whether it be with seam or spin. They've obviously put their cards on the table and gone with a heavy spin attack, the heaviest attack spin-wise in sort of genuine spin terms since I've been doing the job on the commentaries full time. It must be the first time, and you've got to think a decade probably since the days of Adil Rashid and Azim Rafiq maybe playing together in the same side. There you go. Moriarty celebrates. Billy Root clearly not happy, and I think just from that body language you would think it's the decision he's not happy with, not the fact that he's got out just before lunch, but he clearly doesn't seem to think he's hit it, but everybody else did, and vitally from his point of view, Mike Newell, the umpire, did as well. So sorry, Mark Newell, the umpire, did. So there we go. End of the session. 92-4-2. We'll get our breath back, I think, Graham, and take a breather and come back once they're back out for the afternoon session. Welcome back then from Headingley for the second session on this opening day of Yorkshire versus Glamorgan, with the visitors 92 for 2, having won the toss and decided to bat first. Kieran Carlson, the new man in, joining Sam Northeast, who's 27 not out, and he's the new man in because Billy Root was out the final ball of the morning session, much to his disappointment, I think it's fair to say, when he walked off. But he was caught by Finlay Bean off the bowling of Dan Moriarty for 51 from 95 balls, including 6 fours. It's been a difficult morning to take wickets on. Once again, another good Headingley pitch, despite the fact that it's well over 2 days old. The floodlights have been on as well, usually danger signs for batters, but the ball doesn't appear to have swung that much from either Ben Code or Matthew Fisher's hand, nor from Matthew Revis when he had a go as well. And of course we've seen plenty from Dan Moriarty and a bit from Dom Best too. Now, before we start the session, I'm delighted to say that I'm joined here in Headingley Towers by Kevin Sharp, formerly of this parish, and a very good player back in the day of round about 10,000 first class runs, just 1 or 2 short of that, yeah, and around about 5,000 List A runs, and again just 1 or 2 short of that, but 14 first class tons. Will give you a nod to the quality of the player from his playing career, as the first ball of the afternoon, Ben Code, is flicked backward of square by Northeast for 1 run. So welcome along, Kev. Thanks for joining us. Just give us a brief description, really, of what you're doing here.
Well, I've been asked to be the next president of the Players Association, which I'm absolutely delighted with. So there's been the Players Association AGM this morning here. So there's been a meeting, so I haven't seen much cricket, unfortunately. But I have been elected as the president of that, and you know, it's just fabulous to be able to come back to Headingley and look forward to making a contribution again. It will be my 3rd time back at the club. Mm-hmm. So I'm just absolutely made up that you know, I've been offered this position, and look forward to trying to, you know, pull all the ex-players back together again for some functions,
yep.
Odd days cricket, odd golf day, and all those things.
I look forward to an invite to that then. If not, I'm not an ex-player, I'm ex-something. Really good delivery from Ben Code there that just passed the outside edge of Kieran Carlson's bat on the rise through to the gloves of Johnny Tattersall. So great to see you back in this parish, and they tell me that it might be a permanent thing as Code comes in again from the Kirkstall Lane end to bowl to Carlson, who flicks off the legs at square, and Matthew Revis is round to field, and they pick up 2. So Carlson off the mark. So got plans to return?
Yeah, I've had 10 lovely years at Worcester. But we're going to return to Yorkshire now, my wife and I. The house is up for sale in Worcester, so we will come and live somewhere likely just northwest of Leeds, perhaps Skipton area, between Skipton and Harrogate maybe.
You're getting posh now, aren't you?
Well,
'cause you're a proper Leeds lad as well, aren't you?
Well, I am, but I love the Yorkshire Dales, and we tend to walk a lot for exercise these days, so I like to get out there in the hills and get some fresh air. So, and plus the fact that I'm a granddad, so I want to be.
No way.
I want to be a proper granddad.
I was looking too young for that, as Code's latest delivery is blocked by Carlson as one to come in the 33rd over. Well, you put us all to shame, you know, us lads of a certain age, because every time I see X, whatever it's called these days, there's a photograph of Kevin Sharp somewhere on a hill looking down on something else. I'm expecting Everest next.
I've been there.
Oh. There we go. Good delivery from Code, and Carlson nearly gets a nick on that end of the over. 95 for 2.
We've been on the Everest base camp trail so far, not to base camp. But we turned back when the nice lodges ran out. Didn't fancy camping at the base of Everest.
Oh dear, it looks like we've got an interruption for rain, an over after the lunch break. So just a reminder then, Northeast 28, Carlson on 2, and 95 for 2 after 33 overs. Now normally at this point we would disappear off and go get ourselves another coffee, or maybe join you downstairs in the bar and let you buy us a drink or something, but we'll keep talking because we've got you on. And of course, you know, the latest news around the world of cricket was the sad passing of Josh Baker, somebody who, you know, from Worcestershire County Cricket Club, as we know, but with your association there, probably came through your hands at some point. You've had some dealings with him. What can you tell us about what you know and about Josh?
Well, I mean, the news came through yesterday afternoon. I just arrived here and at Headingley, and the news came through, and I just couldn't believe it. It was just absolutely devastating. I mean, this is a young man who's 20 years old, a very talented young cricketer, left-arm spinner, bats as well. Came through the Worcester Academy, so I know him pretty well. And, you know, it just came as a shock. It was the day before he's playing second 11 cricket. He's halfway through a second team game and he's passed away overnight. And don't know any more details than that, but, you know, it's just kind of, I think it's rocked the world of cricket, really. I mean, I know the comments that I've seen on social media have been phenomenal from every county club and from, you know, coaches around the country, around the world. And, you know, I spoke to one or two people at Worcester yesterday and everybody's heartbroken. You know, it's not something you expect, is it?
It isn't, no. And not that he made his name doing this, but he was the player responsible for pushing the run or hitting the runs that took Worcestershire to the point they needed to get back into Division 1 this year. So, you know, on this ground, he had an effect on something as well.
Yeah, I mean, he burst on the scene, did Josh. I mean, I can remember a couple of years ago he'd not played a lot of second team cricket, and he came on the scene and he absolutely tore it up. He bowled beautifully. And I can remember Mo and Ali were playing in a second team game, preparing for T20 one day, and Josh was practicing, and Moen just walked past and he looked at me and he looked at Josh and he said, "Who's that kid? He can bowl." And he'd never seen him before. This was only in practice. Mm-hmm. So, you know, the talent was there, and, you know, highly rated, and you know, and he's fabulous parents, and he came into first class cricket and did a very solid job straight away. And then he had a really tough day against Ben Stokes at Headingley, which was a real growing up process for him because, you know, having broken into the second team and done extremely well, and then quite quickly making his first team debut, and settled into first team cricket like he'd always been there. It was like he'd never been away from it. And then, of course, he got taken down by Ben at New Road and went for 5 sixes in 1 over. And, you know, it was a real learning curve for him. I mean, I have to say that all credit to Ben, the England captain, because the way he managed it was sensational. He rang him and spoke to him, and, you know, it was fabulous to see that happen. But, you know, it didn't seem to ruffle his feathers. He just quietly went about his business, and he was just learning his trade.
Yeah.
And he would have played, I'm sure, masses of first team cricket this year, and it just leaves everybody a bit forlorn, really.
Yeah, incredibly sad. And, you know, the staff and the players down there as well, you know, how are they going to want to get themselves motivated for the next match?
Well, I mean, fortunately, Worcester's not playing today, which, well, I'm not sure that game could have gone ahead if they had have been. I mean, there is a second team game next week at Kidderminster, which I'm actually involved with next week, as I still do the odd days with Worcester on a part-time basis. But I don't know whether that game will go forward under the circumstances yet. I don't really know. I mean, there's obviously be a lot of lads playing in that game who were on the ground yesterday who had to walk off the ground when the news arrived.
Yeah. Yep, very sad. On to maybe happier times. Well, let's just step back in time a bit then and talk about the Kev Sharp career. I reckon debut in the mid 70s. You'll tell me exactly when, I'm sure.
1976.
76.
Last game of the season at Scarborough against Northampton.
Oh, Scarborough as well. Special spot.
Yes, indeed. Remember facing Sarfraz Noirs very early on in that piece, who pulled him for 4, and I thought I'd arrived. And the next ball just clipped my ear all on the way through to the wicket keeper, and he told me in no uncertain terms that I wasn't playing for the schoolie boys now.
Yeah.
So it was a quick learning curve. I realised that probably playing first class cricket was a bit tougher than playing in the under 15s.
Yeah, and talking to schoolie, I mean, you're an Abbey Grange, aren't you? Abbey Grange High School there in Leeds. Drive past that very regularly, just down the road from the ground here. Phil Carrick, of course, also went there, didn't he?
No.
I think he's right in saying. No?
No.
I thought he did.
No.
Before you?
No.
What was the age difference between you and Ferg?
I would suspect about 5 years, would they?
Mm-hmm.
I guess about 5 or 6 years. Guessing.
He'd have been playing regularly when you would have been playing, would he, when he made your debut that day at Scarborough?
Yes, I think so. I mean, I can remember a chap called Boycott playing, and John.
Don't know, sorry.
Heard of him?
No, not quite sure. Just tell us a bit more about him, will you?
I know John Hampshire was playing. I think Richard Lum maybe. Chris Hall, I would think. Jeff Cope certainly, I think. I can remember the Northants team had Sarfraz, but the other overseas player was Bishan Bedi. That was quite a challenge playing against him.
Yeah, one of their most famous sons, I suppose. Really, played there a long time, didn't he?
He did, yeah.
When he was.
Well, of course,
over
in the mid 70s, most counties had 2 world-class overseas players playing, and of course, we were Yorkshire born and Yorkshire bred, so we weren't allowed 1 or 2. And it was a massive challenge. I can always remember thinking that in the 60s, Yorkshire and Surrey were probably the 2 teams that won the county championship the most times, and then in the 70s, of course, when the overseas players started arriving, a lot of the counties got a lot stronger. I mean, your Somersets would have a Viv Richards and a Joe Garner. Your Hampshires would have a Malcolm Marshall and a Gordon Greenwich or a Barry Richards, and your Lancashires would have a Clive Lloyd and a Colin Croft, and Notts would have a Richard Hadley and a Clive Rice, and on and on. The list, it goes on and on and on. So, you were always pitted up against the best. And certainly, I think, from when you played for Yorkshire, I mean, if Boyks was playing, all the overseas fast bowlers, they wanted to get him out. So you knew that they had really got them at their best. And, I missed him. Michael Holding out there, didn't I, bowling it for Derbyshire. And so you knew that if Boyks was batting, they wanted his wicket. So you knew that you were getting them at their best.
Yeah, great days for the county game, no doubt, and tough old game. Tell us more about when I mentioned 1400s, first one.
Well, my first actual first-class 100 was for the Derek Robbins 11 in his last tour in New Zealand against Northern Districts. Derek Robbins used to take a team away every year, and it was his last tour that he took, and it was to Australia, Tasmania and New Zealand, and I got 100 against Northern Districts in Hamilton. But my first 100 for Yorkshire was at Lord's in 1980.
Great place.
Against Middlesex, against a strong Middlesex team. And
Wayne Daniel playing still there?
Wayne Daniel, I think Mike Selvey, Bill Murray, John Embury, Phil Edmonds. So it was, and I can remember being stuck on 94 for ages, and I was really nervous. And I was batting with David Bairstow. And David sensed it. That anyway, I pushed one to cover, and there was a chap called Graham Barlow, who was a great fielder. And I shouldn't have run. I panicked a bit. And he threw it at my end. Phil Edmonds was bowling at that end, and he was there so quick and threw it. And if it had hit the stumps, I would have been out by a couple of yards easily. And it went through to Mike Braley, who was fielding at mid-on. And it kind of hit something just before, like a lump or something, and it went over his shoulder for 5. So I went from 94 to 99. and it was the last ball of the over. So I'm like shaking, thinking, oh, I could have been out then. And Bluey sensed all this. He said, right. He says, if you hit it, run.
This is professional cricket,
This
folks.
is professional cricket. So he said, if you hit it, run. So I played for John Embury bowled it, and I played forward, and it came off the outside edge to point. And Barlow was there again, and Bluey was off. He'd got his head down. And I set off running, and he threw it to Bluey. But Bluey dived full length, shirt, jumper, filthy in the footholds, and he got in. And I was at the pavilion end, so I was waving my bat around to the lads in the thing, and I had totally ignored David, who was laid on the floor in the crease, filthy, who was abusing me for saying, no, thanks very much, mate. You know, come and see if I'm all right, if you will. So that was that. That was my first 100 for Yorkshire in 1980 at Lords, and of course it's something you'll never forget. So want to tell the grandkids.
Is that your favourite one, or was there other ones that came after that were for circumstances out there in the middle or whatever that might have meant more?
Well, I mean, what I do recall is getting a real bollocking from Jeff one day for getting out for 100 against Derbyshire at Harrogate, where I was playing quite nicely. And I got a little bit arrogant, I think. I was in a particularly good patch of form. I'd made 2 or 3 hundreds within 3 or 4 weeks. And I was 100 not out against Derby, and they had got 1 or 2 injuries, so their attack was a bit depleted. And Bud Hill was bowling some part-time off-spinners, and I tried to whack him, which I didn't need to do. And I got a top edge and I got caught mid-off. And I came in and I sat down, and I think, well, I've got 100 sort of thing. And about 20 minutes later, Jeff walked past me and he said, what do you think you're doing? I looked at him and he said, mate, he says, you're in a rich vein of form. He says, when you get 100, you get 200. He says, don't be giving it away like that, because the day will come when you can't get any runs. So when you're in form, milk it. So I said, okay. And ironically, in the second innings, I mean, bearing in mind I was in this rich vein of form, and when you're in form, you get the luck as well. You know, I've been dropped 2 or 3 times, and all those things that are working for you. Anyway, second innings, I went in and I got a half volley leg stump early on, and I clipped it, beautifully timed, about 3 inches off the ground all the way, and a bloke dived full length and caught it at square leg one-handed. So I was out for naught. I'm like, oh, it's a bit unlucky. Anyway, so then we goes to the next game, and I got probably a bad LBW decision, first innings. And then I was run out, second innings. And then suddenly, I went for 2 weeks without scoring a run. And I had a dodgy patch of low scores.
Mm-hmm.
And Jeff walked past me during this period, and he just looked at me and said, I told you.
What, he really would say that to you, would he?
Yeah, he says, I told you. When you make 100, mate, you milk it. Because the day will come when you can't get a run.
Yeah. I'm trying to think back to successes. 83 Sunday League.
Yeah, we won that title that day without bowling a ball at Chelmsford. We needed a point, I believe, from what I can recall, to win it. And it rained on and off, and we didn't know if we were going to get on. And then this wonderful thunderstorm came over and finished the game off, so we won it without actually playing. But it was a nice moment. I mean, Ray Illingworth was captain of that team. He played into his early 50s. He captained it. Wonderful tactician. And, you know, of course, I'd never played in a team that had won anything at Yorkshire in that period, so that was special. And, of course, we went on from there to win the B&H in 1987.
Yeah, that was a great day, and what a match. I mean, what a match that was.
Brilliant match. I mean, you know, from what I recall of it, I mean, Northants batted first, and what I remember of it is how quiet it was in the ground, because it was full. There'd be 25,000 in at Lords, and I can remember the first half, it felt really sort of, everybody was engaged and quite quiet. Northants made, I believe it was 244 for 7, and we went out to bat, and we were cruising. Martin Moxon and Ashley Metcalf opened the batting, and I think we were something like 97 for none. And then one of them got out, and then we lost 3 wickets for no runs. Pretty much went from 97 for none to 101 for 3. And myself and Jim Love were at the crease, and Richard Williams off spinner and Nick Cook left arm spinner were bowling, and it was quite difficult against spin that day. It was quite slow and not bouncing much, and so Jim and I's arrangement was that we would just bat, see off the spinners, rebuild the innings, and then, you know, go from there and make sure we got in a position where we could make an assault in the last sort of 15 overs of the game. And we did that. We batted quite nicely together for 15, 18 overs, and I was in my mid-20s. We were both probably 20 odd not out, and it was Richard Williams' last over. And Jim just said to me, he said, look, it doesn't matter if you don't get any runs off this over, don't worry, we'll get him off the seamers, because we'd done what we wanted to do, that was the plan. And I drilled about 3 to fielders, really, you know, and for no runs. And then I made a mistake on the last ball of his spell. I went back to a good length ball, tried to cut it, and got bowled. And I was absolutely gutted. I was just, I thought, oh, I've lost this, I've lost. So I remember walking back down the wicket, and Jim turned his back on me. That was Jim's. I've just seen him in this meeting as well. We've laughed about it. He said, as if to say, that was a poor shot, Kevin. And I walked off, and I can remember sat in the corner at the dressing room at Lord's. We were in the away dressing room, and I sat with my pads on for the rest of the game. And I was contemplating, thinking, if we lose this, I'm going to blame myself for this. This is my fault. I shouldn't have done this. Anyway, Jim played brilliantly, and he saw us through, and it got to the last over, and I believe it was a penultimate ball. We needed 1 to tie the game, and Arnie Sidebottom was batting with Jim, and he hit one to Rob Bailey at mid-on, and Rob picked it up, and it was only about 3 or 4 yards from the stumps, and Arnie would have been miles out, and he underarmed it and missed. So Arnie got in, so scores were level. Jim's facing Winston Davis. Last ball of the game. Because we'd lost 1 fewer wicket, Jim just had to block it and not get out.
Yep.
Winston bowled him a good Yorker, and Jim blocked it, so we won, and I was very relieved. Got drunk very quickly, actually, after that.
We were all, yeah, quite a lot of us were very excited, I think, because Yorkshire success was obviously, well, for those of us at a certain age growing up, you know, was at a premium, wasn't it? But yeah, it was a great day, and I've spoken to Jim about it before. Jim used to use the scoop, didn't he? I can sort of see him standing now in his stance with a bit of a Grey Nichols scoop or something like that back in the day.
Back in the day,
yeah. He's just been trying to rope me in as the Yorkshire Past Players Association press officer downstairs.
Did he succeed?
He's not told me what the salary is yet. I'm still waiting to find out, Kev, to be honest with you. He sort of went a bit quiet when that came up. But great to see him back on the ground, and you as well. Umsa, by the way, are just having a walk out to inspect here. The full covers are on. Can't tell if it is still raining. Yeah, I think it is still raining a little. Floodlights have been on for a while, and it was in the forecast that we might miss a fair bit of cricket today once the showers came. But it's not terrible, certainly not like we had last week against Derbyshire. Well, what else can we talk about? I mean, you've obviously been on the coaching staff at a couple of places now. What can you tell us about those days and the sort of players that you've had a hand in bringing through?
Well, there's one out there at the minute, or 2 out there really, but probably more. Spent more time with Joe as a youngster than Billy. But you know, I mean, I've been lucky enough to have worked with some wonderful players, both at Yorkshire and at Worcestershire. I mean, I obviously came back to Yorkshire as a coach in 2003, and you know, one of my first introductions was with Joe as a 12-year-old. I mean, it was an experience I'd never forget.
Because
he basically, I mean, I was batting coach at the time, and Joe had been brought on as a scholarship. He'd been given, which was no more than some free kit and recognition that this is a potentially good young player. And so as batting coach at the club, if anybody was brought on a scholarship, I would invite them up here to Headingley and spend an hour with them, just have a chat, do a bit of work in the nets if they wanted to, and just make them feel welcome really at the club. And so I'd arranged to meet Joe at 5 o'clock. His dad Matthew brought him from school, from Sheffield. And I was at the time, the session before that, 4 till 5, I was working with Anthony McGrath in the nets, and we were having quite an intensive session, some short stuff and everything like that, brand new ball. And unbeknownst to me, Joe had arrived early with Matthew, and they were watching from the balcony. It was in the old indoor school, the one over the road there, and they were watching the session. Anyway, Mags left, and Joe came in to the office, and Matthew left him with me. He said, no, he's yours. And so we got chatting, and it was like chatting to an adult. 12 years old. It was like I asked him about his strengths, his weaknesses, what he needed to get better at, blah blah. And it was like he could have been 25-year-old, the way he knew what he needed to do and work on. And I can remember thinking at the time when we were chatting, I thought, well, if you can bat as well as you can talk, you're going to be really good. Anyway, so I said to him, right, we've got half an hour. Do you want to go in the nets and do some work together? And he said, yes, please, and very politely. I was only this high, he's only about 4'2". And I said, right, what do you want to do? And he looked at me in the eyes and he said, I want you to challenge me. 12 years old. I said, what do you mean by that? He says, I want the same session Anthony McGrath's just had.
Did you laugh?
I said, well, I can't do that, Joe. I says, because I'll hurt you. And he said, no, I'll be all right. I said, do you think so? He said, yeah, I'll be all right. He says, if I want to be a professional cricketer, I've got to be able to do what they do. 12 years old.
Wow.
So I said, okay. And my beans were going. I was like, what is this? I mean, I'd never come across anything like this before. So I said, go on then, get all your kit on. Don't forget your helmet, your chest guard, your arms guard, your box, your thigh pads, So he came waddling into the hall. You know, like kids of that age have always got pads that are too big for them. So he comes waddling in. So I thought, right. I said, do you want challenging? He said, yes, please. I said, okay. I said, right, I'm going to tell you something now. I'm not going to be your friend for 15 minutes. I said, do you understand that? He said, yes, yes. So I set it up, 3 slips, gully, brand new duke ball, everything, match play. So, and I could throw then as well. I was young enough to be able to throw in them days. So I ran in and a bit of swing, and he left it and defended it. Judged length beautifully, knew when to play forward, knew when to play back. And about 6 balls had gone, and I thought to myself, he can play. He can judge length, and that for me as a batting coach is very much first thing I'd look. Do they know where the ball is? How quickly can they pick it up? So he forward and back, no problem. So I thought, okay, he can play. And then this little voice in my head said, bounce him, let him have one. And the other voice said, well, you can't really do that, Kev. If you hit him on the head and knock him out, you'll get sacked. So anyway, the other voice won the battle. So I'd let him have this fantastic bouncer, and he just rocked back and it just clipped his grill on the way through. And I followed through, and I was in his face, like proper, glaring at him as if, you know, proper match play. And he just looked at me and he smiled and he said, oh, he said, that were a good ball, wasn't it? Like this. And I thought, oh, wow, this is amazing. Because, you see, the other thing is, about young players, when you talk about fast tracking, is that the first thing I would think about is if I was going to play like Joe did at 16 in the second 11, are they going to get hurt? Yep. And the work that straight away with Joe Root wasn't going to get hurt, because he loved playing against a short ball and he knew how to play it from that age. And so I can remember coming off the court and sent him home with Matthew, and Ian Hughes was academy director. And I went up into Ian's office and I just said, I've just had this little fella Joe Root in. And he said, have you? He says, what do you think? I says, I'm going to make a statement. He said, what's that? I says, he'll open the batting for Yorkshire one day. And Ian said, well, that's a big statement to make for a 12-year-old. I said, I just feel it. And, you know, I mean, I can remember his debut. He played at his home ground at Abbeydale Park as a 16-year-old, opened the batting with Adam Lythe. And he was tiny. He looked like a little boy. And it was against Derbyshire. And Derbyshire had a good, experienced pace attack out that day. 3 seamers who played a lot of first-class cricket for Derbyshire. And he walked out to bat, and I can remember the Derbyshire lads looking as if to say, what's this? And of course, Joe had got used to playing off the back foot because he was tiny and he didn't have the strength to really hit down the ground at that point.
Yeah.
And so when he was like playing under 15s, his scoring rate was quite slow because the bowling's quite slow, and he didn't have the power then to force it. You know, he had to use deflections and stuff like that. But on his debut, because of the pace of the ball against this Derbyshire attack, he was able to deflect off the legs, down to third man, cut, pull, and he got 58 runs, and he got 53 of them behind square on deflections, because they kept bouncing him because they thought as a little kid will kill him, and he loved it.
Yeah.
And so they didn't pitch it up. He scored about 5 runs in front of the square.
But
It's amazing.
But which is I mean, that's a fantastic story. I mean, you know, from his point of view, what a great introduction working with somebody like you. But from your point of view as well, to recognise that in him just from that first moment, if you like, when he came up for a bit of coaching, and that deflective stuff, if you like, that deflective approach is still something that it's just been there in his game throughout, hasn't it? Because he still can play that way. We know he's got more power than he had when he was a 12-year-old, but there's still a lot of touch play going on all the time. He just accumulates runs in that way, doesn't he, and then puts the bad ones away.
Absolutely. And what we have to remember is that between 17, 18, coming on towards 9, he went through his growth spurt because he was always tiny and he'd been used to his stance, been consistent in a certain way. And then he suddenly went through this massive growth spurt and his legs became quite long and his body were right short and he used to fall over. And basically he had about 20 innings in the seconds where he got on the trot, where he got out LBW every time. Didn't score many runs. He was a bit down in the dumps because he thought he'd never score a run again. But I was always saying to him, look, mate, it's just a growth spurt. Once you come through it and work it through it, it will be fine. But he probably he wouldn't have realised that at the time. So, and I can remember the lads used to call him Bambi because of he'd fall over walking down the street, never mind batting. So he'd get an LBW. And one day we're in the old pavilion over there. I think we played Lancashire, and he got out for not many. And he sat with his pads on for ages in the dressing room, just sat looking at the floor with his pads on like this. And he'd been there about half an hour, and I'd walked past a couple of times, and I didn't say anything to him. I just left him. Anyway, after about 45 minutes, I said to him, "Are you okay, mate?" He said, "Well, it's really weird." I said, "What is?" He says, "Well, when I was batting today, I could feel myself growing." And I can remember looking at him thinking, well, how do you answer that, Kev? And I think
Probably is no answer, is there?
I think I said something to the effect of, well, that's awareness for you. And I walked away thinking, God, this kid's different. And, you know, I mean, I can remember another day in Barbados, pre-season tour. You see, Joe was always preparing for the next level. From 12 years old, he was preparing for the next level. And we were in Barbados on pre-season tour, it'd be about 18 now, 17, 18. And we were playing at the 3Ws ground in Barbados, lovely cricket ground, yeah. And there was a little indoor school there then, which was just like a concrete floor with, it was dark, it was like these fluorescent lights that weren't very bright at all. Anyway, Joe wasn't playing in the game, so the game got underway, and then he came up to me with all his kit on, new ball, come on, coach. Because he'd prepare his own sessions. And so he took me into this indoor school. He said, right, we're going to play test cricket for 20 minutes. I said, right, okay, what does that mean? He says, right, all you've got to do is set it up again, 8-yard pitch, new ball, dark. He said, all you've got to do is run in as fast as you can and hit me on the head. That's all you've got to do. So I looked at him, I said, right, I can do that. I've no problems with that. I promise you, what followed was remarkable. I mean, I run in, I hit him on the badge, hit him in the grill, hit him in the throat, hit him in the chest, hit him everywhere for 15 minutes. And I'd follow through, and I'd stare at him, and I just kept saying to him, I'm going to kill you. Deadpan face. And he'd smile and wink at me. He'd blow me a kiss. And I kept a deadpan face, and I just, every ball, I just followed through, right into his face, and I said, I'm going to kill you. And he'd, give us a kiss, coach. Sort of thing. Brilliant. And then after 50, we finished after 20 minutes. And I said, right, I said, I've done what you asked me to do. I've hit you on the head, I says, about 5 times. He said, yeah, he says, but you didn't get me out, did you? And you know when it bounced and he gloved it, it always went down. So I didn't get him out. And you think, wow. So, you know, when he faced up to Mitchell Johnson in that first Ashes test in Australia that he played, he was ready for it. He was absolutely ready for it.
Amazing.
I believe on that day when Mitchell Johnson said a few words to him, that Joe walked down the wicket and said, it's great out here, isn't it? We're playing test cricket, me and you. And what's more, we're on telly.
Then if Sharpie couldn't get me out, then you're definitely not going to get me out, Mitch. Yeah, fantastic to hear all of that, because I've never heard any of that before.
No.
It just gives you a great sort of insight into the character and what's, you know, one of the, or some of the reasons why he's got to where he's got, because, you know, you've seen a lot of players, and you've just been, you know, a couple of years older than me, Kev. You've seen more than I have, so you know, where would he rank in terms of English players during your conscious lifetime playing cricket as a batter?
He has to be one of the best, without any shadow of a doubt. I mean, I think the thing is about it is that once you get to a certain level, there's a lot of good cricketers who play county cricket, who play test cricket. Everybody's good at cricket, but it's kind of like, for me, it's the mentality then, it's the confidence, it's the belief. And I think with someone like Joe, he's living in the moment. He loves being out there. He loves entertaining, but not in an arrogant way. He wants to show people that he can bat. And it's like I think going through what he went through as a younger player, like the growth spurt and everything like that, taught him to be resilient as well. Because sometimes, I mean, it happened to me as a kid, sometimes you fly through with no issues at all in your life and everything's easy. And then suddenly if you hit a brick wall somewhere, it's hard to deal with. But Joe hit some brick walls earlier with his growth spurt, so he learned how to manage and adjust his technique, because we had to work on his balance and his alignment and his stability and everything that went with it. So he learned all those things at 17. He wasn't sort of in the team at 20 and then suddenly it's all gone wrong. So he learned how to become resilient. But I think it's the key about loving being there, because I'm sure a lot of players they get picked for England and they might fear it a bit. There might be that human nature kicks in that, oh God, I hope I don't fail or whatever. Yeah. But I think that's the difference, is that real loving being out there and that smile and that, you know, if you're going to say to Mitchell Johnson in your first test at the Gabba, when everybody's watching it at midnight, if at 1 o'clock in the morning you're going to be saying to him, it's great out here, we're playing test cricket, that's got to mean you're in control of where you're at and loving it and living the moment. So I think that's the difference, is some players love entertaining and love being out there. Some other players struggle with that. And I think there's no doubt that when it comes to a certain level, it's the mental strength that makes the difference between those who go on and those who don't.
Just a heads up, you might get something in your ears in a few minutes when Toby Foster, formerly of Phoenix Knights fame, is our presenter at BBC Sheffield. He'll come to me for an update, so don't run off, because we'll keep you going, because this is gold, really. We don't get a chance to do this on our broadcasts very often, and we ain't going to see much cricket for quite a while, because the covers are still fully on out there, folks, for those who can't see what's going on here. The rain is still coming down, although it's actually reasonably bright, considering some of the days that we've had at Headingley so far this year. When they went off, it was 92 for 2 still, was it? It was 92 for 2. 95 for 2, my apologies, I've not written it down, which is great reporting. 95 for 2, Glamorgan, after winning the toss, just one over possible so far in this afternoon session. So just going back to, you mentioned Joe as a player who's gone through your hands. What about how different players manage themselves then in terms of what they need, and how you deal with that as a coach or a batting coach, if it's specifically that you're doing? Do you know, let's put it this way. I spoke to Mags, to Anthony McGrath, when we were down at Essex a couple of years ago, when Sir Alistair Cook had come back to play county cricket, and I sort of said, you know, how do you go about coaching a guy who's got all that many runs? And he just said, well, he just looks after him. I'm coaching the rest of them. He knows exactly what he needs to do, what he wants to do, when he wants to do it, and if he needs somebody to throw down to him, we just do that. He needs to manage his own game, because that's the way he is. But if he needs us, he knows we're there. Which players have needed, maybe without dobbing people in and breaking any confidences, if you like. But you know, can you give us any examples of players who've been much more self-managed and players who've needed more support, and how that's worked?
Well, I think the first thing is, I mean, the one thing I've always been very conscious of is, as a batting coach, or even as a team coach, is to build trust with someone you're working with. Because the worst thing is for a coach to tell someone what to do when they don't really believe in it or want to do it, because it doesn't work. So I've always said to a player that, you know, there's more than one way to skin a cat. It's kind of like, well, try this. A coach needs to have options. If something's not working, have a go at that. See which one you like. See, you know, feet movements, whatever it might be. Is play around a little bit, and the person who's got the answer is you, not me. But I can offer some options for you on what matters. Because, you know, how many times does a kid get told he's got to do something and don't really like it, but yet he feels duty bound to have to do it. So, but I mean, all players are different. I mean, you have different. Some people are introverts, some people are extroverts. I wouldn't any real names of people that have been. But it's just that every player relationship with them is, and the conversations you would have would be slightly different depending on their personality. And some like to chat a lot, and some don't. And you know, that's kind of, it's all right.
Some guilty of overthinking it maybe at times, and others.
Well, look,
there'll be those characters who you think maybe don't care as much because they don't want to talk about it as much, but they probably do deeply, but they just, it's not their way.
Well, this comes back to this mental thing about, you know, I mean, we're so complex. I think we call it the top 4 inch in Yorkshire, don't we? I mean, we can be so
three from Wakefield.
Complex. Oh, I'm going to Wakefield this afternoon, and you know, I mean, but this is the thing. I mean, yes, some players are so deep, and how they would go into. I mean, there were one or two I could think of, but I wouldn't actually mention names because I'd feel as though I'd break a confidence with some players because
fair enough.
Because confidence, because trust takes a long time to build, but it's so easily knocked down.
Yeah.
You know, and but it's like, again, we talk about this top level, but it's human nature, isn't it? We sometimes think negatively. I mean, I can remember one of the greatest. I mean, I had difficulties myself in my early 20s as a player. I lost confidence for a while, lost belief in myself, and it was nothing extraordinary. I think it was just growing up and finding out about life. It was nothing, sinister. But I was probably one of, like, as a teenager, I flew through it. I think I was the second or third youngest player to ever play for Yorkshire at 17 years old. I think Brian Close and Doug Paget may have been the two before. But it was kind of like just, this is what happens. I'm nearly in an England squad at 18-year-old. I'm captain of England under-19s and making big scores, and people are saying this kid's going to play for England, and I believed them. But I just found out about things outside of cricket.
Was it those nights out with who can we mention? Was it nights out with your teammates that might have changed things, shall we say?
It was quite a sociable game in them days, and we did enjoy ourselves both on and off the field. I think it's fair to say. But I just found out about growing up and relationships and things, and it affected me, cricket, and I didn't know how to manage it. That was the thing. So I went through a period of time where I lost a lot of confidence and belief in myself from a kid who was so self-assured. But I think back in those days, there wasn't really anybody to talk to. You didn't have, like now, every club's got a welfare officer who works for PCA you can lean on. You've got sports psychologists. I mean, back in the day, if you talk a sports psychologist, you'd think you were getting taken away in a white van.
You had bikes.
Well, Jeff, bless him. Yeah, he did once tell me that left-handers get all the bad balls.
just as you were walking out past him.
It was here. He used to tell me we were playing Surrey in a game here, and Surrey had bowled beautifully in the morning session. We'd hardly ever bowled to it. And then I got 3 half volleys straight after lunch, which I hit for 4, and he called me a spawny sod and said, left-handers get all the bad balls. I said, what about you as a right-hander when you're batting with a left-hander? And bowler has to change his line. Don't you get it? No, it's left-handers who get all the bad balls.
We'll be doing this update in a sec for BBC Sheffield, Leeds and York. So stand by, folks. And we're just describing a bit of rain. We'll come back to all of that when they have come to me. We're going to be hanging around for a minute. If you're all right for time. I mean, I know Wakefield is a long way, so it will take a while. Are you walking it?
No,
you will be doing,
I'm
won't
going
you?
to pick my wife up in Leeds, who's doing some shopping, and then we're going to drive to Wakefield. I'm going to see my grandson in Sandal.
Oh, the posh part of Wakefield as well.
Oh, yeah. Well, Craig White lives down that way.
Does he?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. A little chalky.
Yeah.
We'll just have a quick look around the scores elsewhere, Kev, because I can break off from that more easily than halfway through one of your responses to me. Kent, 106 for 5 down at Old Trafford against the Lankies. So they're having a bit of a struggle, as are Essex at Taunton. 122 for 6 having been put in by the host there. This division, Derbyshire, 156 for 6 against Sussex. That's at Derby. Still no play today at Lords between Middlesex and Leicestershire. And, well, you know what's going on here. It's raining. 95 for 2. Eddie Byram, the first wicket to fall. LBW to Ben Code for 9. And Billy Root, not sure he was too happy with the decision, but he was caught by Finlay Bean off Moriarty for 51. Final ball before lunch. And about 3 minutes ago, they told me they were coming to me in 2 minutes. Maybe working on different time in South Yorkshire today. Sam North East is... I'm going to repeat all this in a minute anyway when they come to me, aren't I? Sam North East 28 not out. Kieran Carlson, he only faced 5 deliveries for a couple, and it's now beginning to look a fair bit more set in here, and it's coming down more heavily. This is what we feared, and so we might have seen all we're going to see for the day. Yorkshire have had very few uninterrupted days so far this season. Surprise, surprise, when you start the championship in February or whatever it was. And yeah, still no contact from down the road, but I can assure you that they will be with me at some point before the day is out. So we'll just hang on a moment. Good afternoon, Toby and everyone. Yeah, a wet scene here at Headingley, unfortunately. They played the entire morning session, and Glamorgan won the toss and decided to bat first, and 95 for 2. They only managed 1 over after lunch before the rain came. A couple of team changes for Yorkshire to tell you about. Don Bess in for his first-class match of the season, and along with Dan Moriarty. Spin twins for Yorkshire for the first time in a long time. They've replaced George Hill and Jordan Thompson. Eddie Byron, first man for Glamorgan. Out was LBW to Ben Code for 9. And Billy Root, who'd been dropped by brother Joe when he was on just 6, eventually made it to 51 before he was caught by Finley Bean off Moriarty. 6 fours included in that knock. We'll wait for the rain to break, but looking at the forecast, not that confident, to be fair, Toby. 95 for 2 Glamorgan. There we go. There you go. Live radio, Kev. You've been part of a bulletin. By the way, Nigel Mallender has messaged me, chairman of Chesterfield CC, to say hello to Sharpie for me. Good memories of playing at Queen's Park?
Yes. I mean, I went to say a few words to Chesterfield Cricket Club last summer through Nigel, and he's kindly invited me down for their festival week for the first day of the Yorkshire match in the end of June. But yes, once made 170 odd, I believe, against Derbyshire at Chesterfield one day. That's a nice memory. The nicest memory, the worst memory was facing Michael Holding there. It was awful. I remember the one day where Boyks had gone out to bat with Richard Lum. I was batting 3, and he started, did Michael, and his first over was rapid, really quick. And then I think it was the 3rd over, he did Boyks caught at short leg glove. So I was in, and I can remember walking down the steps onto the ground, and Michael was already on the end of his run by the side screen, because we were right behind the bowler's arm, the dressing rooms at Queen's Park. And I can remember looking down, seeing these big feet. And I thought, oh God, that's Michael's feet. He's going to be running in a minute. And Richard Lum was at the non-striker's end leaning on his bat. And he just looked at me and smiled at Lum and he said, good luck. So I got down there and it was really tough. I can remember taking my guard and looking up. And there wasn't one fielder in front of the square. All I could see, the only man in front of the square was Alan Hill, Bud Hill at short leg. Here. Well, I looked at him and he looked at me and he had his arms folded. He was looking through his helmet. And he said, Sharpie, rather you than me, mate. I said, thanks, Bud. Anyway, I looked up. Richard Lum's got this big smile on his face, and all I could see in front was Michael Holding on the end of his run, and 12 Yorkshire cricketers on the balcony above the side screen staring through the railings. And I looked behind me, And John Morris, I think it might have been Bernie Mayer keeping. It wasn't Bob Taylor, but I think it might have been Bernie Mayer keeping that day. And John Morris was at second slip like this, waving at me from miles away, about 30 yards back. And it was just horrific. He hit me in the chest. He hit me in ribs. He gloved me twice in front of my face, and then one ball I squared me up and he hit me just under the heart here, and the ball went back down the wicket towards him, and I was on all fours, and Wayne Morton was physio, and couldn't breathe. I'm on the floor, there's cricketers around me, and I started to get my breath back, and I could just see these big feet over there. I knew exactly whose feet they belonged to. So I looked up and Michael was just looking at me, and I just spontaneously said, he looked at me and he said, "Are you all right, man?" I looked at him, I said, "Michael, I think you've broke my heart." and he started laughing, and the rest of the lads started laughing. And there's the beauty of it, such a lovely man that the next ball, he came running in, and I thought, oh, he's going to kill me. And he pitched it up, so I just played forward, and he just winked at me and nodded as if to say,
"That one's for you."
"That one's for you."
Yeah.
Next ball just went sailing past my nose end again. And so that was, but I got eventually out. But so there's mixed experiences at Chesterfield.
Yeah.
I think it's fair to say, but a lovely place to play cricket. And of course, we played probably more there against Derbyshire than we did at Derby. On the border, big crowd round the ground, and some terrific atmospheres there.
You talked about picking up the length when you were talking about Joe earlier as somebody who could play. I mean, did you have moments where you had struggles with that as well as the triumphs during your playing career?
Well, against the genuine quicks, I mean, that day against Michael Holding, I mean, Chesterfield used to be quite a firm, bouncy wicket. It was like a tennis ball bounce, but it went quickly. So balls that you might consider getting half forward to were going through sort of chest high. So you couldn't. So, and he knew how to bowl there. I mean, he bowled that in between length. It was just horrific, awful. So you couldn't get forward to him. And, you knew that if anything was pitched up, you had to try and throw a kitchen sink at it, because it's the only time you're going to get a run. But no, I mean, look, in those days, I mean, just world class. I mean, those guys, I say lucky enough to play against all those guys, the Marshalls and the Richard Hadleys and Michael. Ian Bishop followed Michael Holding, and he was a blooming handful. And then you got Sylvester Clark at Surrey, and they just kept rolling off the tongue. And then followed by, it never stopped, Courtney Walsh, Curtly Ambrose. They just kept coming, and Patrick Patterson, and followed Croft at Lancashire. And so, you knew that you were every time you went out to bat, that you were in a scrap.
Yeah.
I remember that day at Chesterfield, after we batted, when I'd been taken to the cleaners by Michael, and the slips were like 30 yards back. When we were bowling, me and Martin Moxon were about 12 yards back at slip. And I can remember saying to Martin, I said, "It's not fair this, is it, mate?" I says, "When I was batting, slips were 30 yards back. And when we're field, we stood 12 yards away. It's not right."
Who was the biggest challenge then? Was it pace? Was it spin? Something else?
I quite enjoyed playing against spin. I did quite well against spins. That's probably my strength. But I mean, I can remember some of the medium pace bowlers were fantastic. I can remember in one of my first games here, I played against Derbyshire, and Mike Hendrick. I played and missed at every ball, 1 over from Mike Hendrick. He was England opening bowler playing for Derbyshire. Just swung it a bit, hit the seam, and I left-handed kept nipping it away from me, and I kept missing, and he was stood there at last ball with a teapot on, with his hands on his hips, looking at me, and I'm 18 years old, and I just walked down the wicket and apologised to him. I said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Hendrick, I can't hit those." So there was some wonderful sort of humour as well back in those days. And whenever I saw Mike after that, for years and years and years, when I saw him, first thing I'd say is, "I'm sorry, Mr. Hendrick, I can't hit those." But there was a wonderful experience at Folkestone once against Kent in my first full season as an 18-year-old, and it was still uncovered wicket set, so if it rained, Derek Underwood was bowling for Kent against us, and Boyks made a fantastic 100. He was leaving balls that were pitching on the stumps and going over the stumps. It's wonderful, isn't it? And I was in with him at one point, and I'd faced about 3 overs from Derek, and I hadn't hit one. I kept lunging forward, and it kept turning and bouncing, hitting me in the chest. I didn't know what to do. So Alan Knott was keeping wicket. So I just turned round and I said, "I don't know how I'm going to score a run here, Mr. Knott." And he said, "Play him off the back foot." He says, "You're lunging forward." He says, "Keep still, wait for it, and then just knock him in here for one in front of square."
Not, he said, that's it.
He did, yeah.
Jerry.
He did. So next ball, I kept still, completely still, waited pitch, just knocked it in here for one. And Derek Underwood's it. "What are you doing?" He says, "You're coaching him." He says, "You're coaching opposition." And Alan Knott said to him, "He's only 17 and needs to learn." But they're both England players, big mates, you know, and it was just like priceless. I mean, it's something I've never ever forgotten. I've never forgotten it in my life, you know. It was just like, wow, wonderful.
You mentioned the socials, and I know, you know, different era and all that, but as a professional cricketer, you would never have had a drink in between your nights of play on 3-day matches, but maybe you might have had half a shandy when you got 170 at Queen's Park, surely.
Well, they might have brought one in the dressing room before we went home. I mean, of course, we were driving, of course, as well, so you had to be very careful with all that, didn't you? I mean,
we've heard all about...
supposed to drink and drive, Jonathan, aren't you?
Absolutely. Only last week in the Howard stand, we had the 4 nights, and Sir Vivian Richards, and he was talking about Closey back in the day when he would travel with him, and if the story's true, Closey doing 90 on the M whatever with the Sporting Life on the steering wheel, pipe in his mouth, and picking his winners out.
Yeah, well, apparently Doug Padgett's wife, Pat, wouldn't allow Doug to travel with Closey because of that very reason.
Really?
He used to read paper while he was driving. He'd pick all his winners out for the next day.
I was going to say you never did. You wouldn't have done, would you? Because he'd gone before you started to play, hadn't he? So, yeah.
Yeah, he did. I mean, I can remember him coming back. I mean, he was chairman, wasn't he? And he came to a academy match one day, and he wasn't happy with the batting, so he played in the next match.
Yeah, I seem to remember that. Yeah.
He got 50 odd. He hadn't played for ages, and he said, "Right, I'm going to show him how to bat." And he went out and got 50 odd in an academy match. It's quite remarkable. Quite remarkable.
Well, we're looking forward to you doing the same then. You know, when you're back now as the president of the Past Players Association. Well, so what do you do, Past Players Association? Just have a certain number of gatherings a year? I don't really know too much about it, to be honest with you.
No, well, it's been an organisation that's been going now for a few years. It's for past and present players, and basically, I mean, there's always a couple of days at Headingley where there's a get-together, hopefully a bit of lunch, and a couple of shandies, just make sure you're not driving, and just catch up with guys that you haven't seen for donkey's years, really, which is rather nice. And then there's always a couple of golf days. There's always been one in Tony Nicholson's name in memory at Ripon Golf Club, where Tony's wife Anne plays golf there. And then there's one in memory of Phil Carrick at Panel, which is in October. And there's the Gibson Cup, which is the past and present players golf day, which is looking to try and get arranged for back end of the summer. So it's a bit of a social thing in many ways, where it's guys getting together who've represented the club, and it doesn't matter whether you've played 200 games for Yorkshire or one second team match. You know, you're still a past player of the club, and you're very welcome. And so, you know, my role is to support Peter Whiteley, who's chairman, and continue to urge lads to come back here and be part of it.
Good. Sounds like a great little club to be in, I think. you've been an absolute star for the last hour or so now, swapping stories, and it's not something we normally do when the rain comes in county championship games. So thanks very much for coming up and seeing us. It's been great fun, and I hope you'll come back and see us much more regularly, particularly when you get back up here and you get those invites into the meals and the bar.
Well, if you keep making me coffee like this, I'll come up anytime.
Well, anytime, Kev,
Thank
anytime.
you very much indeed.
Thanks very much.
Pleasure, sir.
There we go then, Kevin Sharp. And just a reminder, Glamorgan 95 for 2, just an over or so into the afternoon session when the rains came here at Headingley. We had no play for just over an hour at this point, but we hope for some later on in the day. We'll keep you posted. Okay. Or rather, not a lot of it, Toby, because they haven't actually played since you were last with me. They went off shortly after that because of rain. They've been off for, a couple of hours or so now. 95 for 2 anyway, the Glamorgan score is. So only 33 overs played today. Just a reminder, both Eddie Byram, LBW, Ben Code and Billy Root caught being bowled Moriarty for 51. Are the 2 wickets to have fallen. Yorkshire pressing for 8 more of those Glamorgan wickets, and probably ideally will be hoping to try and bat just the once in the match if they can, but on a used pitch that might be a bit of a fanciful theory. We shall see. They're out there clearing up the mess at the moment and hoping to get a bit more cricket in before the end of the day. I'll keep you posted.
overs left. 5:30 we start, 17 overs left. silence. Continuing the batting for Glamorgan.
Very good evening and welcome back to Headingley. A note of some surprise in my voice because it seemed unlikely that there would be any more play today. But we are resuming with Glamorgan 95 for 2 against Yorkshire. You're listening to BBC Sport Online with myself, Nick Webb, joined by Graham Colley. Jonathan Doidge having steered us through half the afternoon without a ball being bowled, or scarcely a ball being bowled, is taking a little breather, and he'll be back with us in due course. But Glamorgan 95 for 2. North East is on 28. Carlson is on 2. And I wonder if we're going to see the Yorkshire attack restricted to spin only here, Graham.
Yeah, you would think so, wouldn't you? A tricky period now, really, for the Glamorgan batters. You would think 17 overs to bowl in this session, right at the very end of the day after such a long wait. Light, not particularly good. Floodlights on, and we thought we might see spin from both ends, but couldn't be anything further from the truth, really, because Matthew Fisher is going to bowl from the Howard Stand end. So I'm guessing that, well, presumably there's been a discussion with the umpires, and the umpires have said it's the light's okay.
I'm somewhat surprised. It is somewhat murky out there as Fisher then to bowl the first ball of this evening session. We have got 17 overs scheduled, which seems even more improbable. And Fisher is in to bowl to Sam North East, who works that one away towards square leg and takes a single. But it's the sort of session, really, where Glamorgan might score 50 or so runs if we go the distance, 60, 70 at tops. But the bowling side, the fielding side, it really has more chance to gain.
It certainly feels that way. There's been quite a lengthy period of rain. There's dampness in the air now as well.
As Fisher, with 2 slips and a gully, will come in to bowl to the new batter Kieran Carlson, who drives back past him, and there's that out. It is, it's run out at the non-strikers end. A little flick from the bowler, and Sam North East has to go. Well, what terrible luck. Sam North East on his way back. Yorkshire were immediately excited, and they've got rid of the Glamorgan captain for 28. It's 96 for 3.
Well, can you believe it? We're talking about difficult batting conditions, but I don't think we expected this. It was a beautiful straight bat drive back up towards the bowler. Matthew Fisher got a right hand down to it and deflected it onto the stumps. Sam North East desperately trying to get back into his ground, but couldn't get there despite the dive. Huge smile on Matthew Fisher's face there as he deflected that onto the stumps. And that is not the start to a tricky session like this that the batting team really needs. Sam North East run out for 29 then. All that time sat around waiting for it to end that way.
So North East on his way back. I think Fisher, obviously was reacting instinctively, but we have to give him some credit for just trying a little flick onto the stumps. I think he was intending it. We'll give him some credit for it anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. He got the hand down. It was a nice shot, straight bat down the pitch. And Fisher just got a hand. Maybe other bowlers might not have got down and got a hand to it, in fairness, because he struck it pretty well.
So Carlson remains on strike then. Colin Ingram at the non-striker's end as Carlson works that one away down towards fine leg and will go through for the single. So the left-handed Colin Ingram will be on strike pretty immediately. And his season has gone pretty well so far, but far from ideal batting conditions at the moment. So Yorkshire will be cock-a-hoop and confident maybe of inflicting a little bit more damage on this Glamorgan innings in the evening gloom. Ingram with a century at Lords, a half century at Derby, and an 80 against Derby, and a 82 at Northants. can he survive these conditions? He survived his first ball as he just dead bats it gently to cover, and there is no run. So there's 2 slips and a gully as for the right-handers, but the shadows of the players really are visible even from our lofty perch without having to look at the video screen.
Yeah, and lengthening as well, I think.
You do wonder whether they're going to stay on for that long this evening. Here comes Fisher, bowls to Ingram, and he plays that one defensively on the offside as well. Morgan batting to come. Chris Cook and Tom Bevan. Bevan playing his first team match of the season, having hit 90 odd for the seconds against Gloucestershire at Newport on Monday. And he comes in to the lower middle order as Ingram defends that one firmly up to mid-off, and the end of the over that's provided a wicket for Yorkshire, but not in the way they might have hoped for, as Fisher just got a fingernail on that return drive from Kieran Carlson to find Sam Northeast sprawling, obviously aware of the danger straight away, but he'd only come a couple of metres down the wicket, but it was hit so firmly that he didn't have time to get back.
No, so a dramatic start to this last 17 overs of the day. Many of the hardy souls who have been here during the day have now left for home, but there are some who are still in the ground. And what we're now starting to see around Headingley is spectators arriving for the rugby league game that kicks off late here between the Rhinos and London Broncos. So Yorkshire then, having made that dream start to the restart, if that makes any sense, and we're about to see Ben Code bowling from the Kirkstall Lane end. 1 for 14 from his 8 before this. As he runs away from us now, Code bowls outside the off stump. Carlson with a really big exaggerated leave outside the off stump, and that goes through to the keeper Johnny Tattersall. 3 slips in there, and 3 on the offside, saving a single, and 2 on the on, saving 1 as well.
Don't think Carlson will be shy of trying to find the gaps in that field, though, even given the situation.
Carlson waits as Code comes in again. Lovely forward defensive shot there from Carlson, bat and pad together, finding the middle of the bat.
I think he's used up his ratio of ration of forward defensives for the average Carlson innings.
Yeah, an interesting session ahead then here, with Yorkshire hoping to pick up some wickets, and Glamorgan face a few difficult overs, that is for sure, as Code comes in again past the umpire, outside off stump, bit too wide this time, and Carlson comfortably just allowing that one through to the keeper. No addition to the score. 97 for 3. Just 1 over bowled after lunch before the rain came, prior to this restart just a few moments ago. Code comes in again. 3 slips wait, but right in behind that, Carlson, and pushes that up towards mid-on.
Yeah, I'm sure we've got a few people joining us either on BBC Audio or via the county video stream who were at the ground earlier, and we don't blame you for going home, to be honest, because it was a very long wait between 1:45 and 5:30 when we got back on.
Code, wearing 10 on his back, runs in again, just slightly short in length. Carlson quickly working out the length there and getting onto the back foot, pushing that just down into the onside. Yeah, despite the heavy cloud cover in the early part of the day, the light was actually pretty decent, so this is probably the worst that we've seen of the light so far today. As Code turns again. Oh, and that's outside the off stump. That looked like a good one that might have nipped away off the pitch. It beats Carlson outside the off stump and goes through to Johnny Tattersall. So some early movement then for Ben Code. Yorkshire quickly trying to get through the through quickly at the end of the over. Let's just have a look at this one on the replay. Well, it was a really nice shape from Code. A little bit of angle in and movement away off the pitch. So a decent Ben Code over. Oh, and it moved appreciably. And Carlton, not surprisingly, had just had a little dart at that with the bat outside the off stump. And but he's still there. No edge on that. 97 for 3. And the 35 in total have been bowled, and there's 15 more overs remaining today.
Here comes Fisher again then into bowl to Colin Ingram, who defends that one back down the pitch, but not hard enough to be deflected back onto the stumps this time.
It's the worst way to get out, Nick, isn't it, as well? Getting run out in those circumstances.
It's infuriating because there is very little blame attached to the batter, isn't there? You'd expect him to be backing up once the ball has left the bowler's hand. And, well, it's not 1 in a million, but it's 1 in a lot.
Yeah.
As Ingram drives into the offside, but picks out cover, and there is no run.
Yeah, he did everything right, didn't he? You know, he followed the bowler in, watched the ball released by the bowler, and then did what you're taught to do as a young kid, and that's just take a couple of steps down the wicket, on your toes, ready to go if called from the other end. Not much you can really do about that, particularly when the ball's struck so firmly back up the pitch.
Fisher's races in round the wicket to Ingram and squares him up there with a ball that does appear to nip back, and it's through to the keeper. And Colin Ingram just hanging on in there at the moment. Experienced player. Regular first-class action for Ingram over the last couple of years after he went through a 5-year spell when he only played 1 first-class game, being seen as primarily a white ball player. A few gigs around the world as he shoulders arms there and lets that one from Fisher go through outside off stump. And partly for fitness reasons as well. He was struggling with a knee problem at one point that prevented him from playing anything of any length, but has made reasonably successful return to white ball cricket. Last year maybe not as good as 22, but he's certainly filled in admirably, and more so this season when Labuschagne hasn't been here. As that's again allowed to go through by Ingram into the gloves of Tattersall. No shot essayed.
That was a good leave as well. It was close-ish to that off stump, but really well judged by Ingram to allow that one to go through. Fisher coming round the wicket, so these deliveries are angling into him, and he judged that extremely well. So slips crouch, Root at first, Lithe at second. As Ingram, did he play inside that one, or was he beaten by it? Oohs and ahs from around the bat. It is the end of an accurate Fisher over. It was a maiden, 97 for 3. Carlson 3, Ingram 0, the man out. Eddie Byram, early doors, leg before Ben Code for 9. Billy Root on the verge of lunch, the last ball of the morning session. Caught Bean, bowled Moriarty for 51, given out, caught at short leg. And the umpires are coming together, and I think they're having a word with Shan Masood and saying you can't bowl your paceman anymore. So it's going to have to be the spin, and Dom Bess is taking off his jersey, and well, they've got what, 3 overs of seam, and I'm rather surprised they were given those. I was just going to say exactly the same thing. Surprised that that conversation hasn't taken place before now. And Yorkshire clearly keen to try and ensure that they stay out there and continue for the remainder of play that's available today. And more than happy to oblige and get Dom Bess into the attack. He just bowled that one over just before lunch from this Kirkstall Lane end. 1 over, no wicket for 3. So you would expect to see Moriarty coming on at the Howard stand end at the end of this Bess over. Finley Bean's prepared. He's got the all the protective gear on at short leg. So Bess is going to start with a slip and a short leg as he comes in with his right arm off spin to Carlson. Bit of flight outside the off stump, and that is out. Dom Bess has taken the catch, caught and bowled. Well, there was flight from Dom Bess, you have to say. Carlson just couldn't resist the attempt to drive. It wasn't quite there to drive through the offside, and he rather dragged it back towards the bowler. Dom Bess moving to his right, took a really good catch low down, and Carlson will be disappointed with that. The first delivery from the Bess over, and Dom Bess breaks through, caught and bowled. Carlson has gone for 3, and well, it's a good breakthrough for Dom Bess.
Carlson can't believe it. It ended up looking at quite an ugly shot, didn't it? As he was looking probably to hit it through mid-off. There was a bit of turn, but it came off the bottom of the bat and scooped back towards the mid-on area. It wouldn't have reached mid-on, so Bess dived forward and took it. So, yeah, Yorkshire made things happen in rather unexpected ways. They've got a run-out backing up with a deflection from the bowler, and then a bowling change is forced on them, and they get a wicket with the first ball there. But those are the breaks.
They are. And, excuse me, credit to Dom Bess for giving it plenty of air for that first ball of the over as well. So Glamorgan reduced to 97 for 4. It's a period in the game that I think Yorkshire could have only dreamed of earlier on this afternoon. 2 quick wickets falling as they have done here. So Bess will now bowl to the new batsman, Chris Cook, who is out there in the middle having a look at the pitch. Both batsmen doing some gardening at the moment.
Yeah, Cook's stats this season, 174 runs for twice out, so a decent average. Yeah,
very much so. Dom Bess in his first championship game of the season, so that will have given him a big lift and given Yorkshire a big lift as well. Both these counties looking for their first victories of the season, of course. 3 days to come after this as Bess comes in again, and that's pushed forward out onto the offside by Cook. 2 new batsmen at the crease. Ingram and Cook both yet to score. A slip and a short leg. Adam Lyth in at slip as Bess comes in a bit flatter, a bit quicker. That one from Bess pushed out onto the offside, and Bess just trots out to do the fielding himself without any addition to the score.
We've had plenty of talk about the roots in this game, Joe and Billy. Dom's got his showing as well.
Absolutely. Here's Bess again then. Oh, and that's edged. Thickish edge. Kept it down though. Cook there. That's going to go all the way for 4. Using the pace of the ball. You could argue that it may have been an open face and just steered it down. Whichever way, it was always safe. And 4 runs to Cook. So that brings up the second 50. So 100 on the board. First 50 and the second 50 both coming in 110 balls.
Yeah, I think we give Cook reasonable credit for that, steering it away.
Yep.
May have been slightly finer than he intended, but it was definitely played down into the ground.
Likely to be some moisture on the ball now for Bess to deal with, potentially. As he comes in again, a bit more flight this time. Squeezed out onto the offside. Slight misfield. Maybe just a loss of footing out there, but no runs taken. Joe Root at mid-off just doing some drying work on the ball there quickly before it's thrown back into the arms of Dom Bess as he's in again to Cook. Nice delivery, good length, good line, played out onto the offside with an angled bat, just behind point, and that is the end of Don Bess's over. So picking up an important wicket there, the one of Kieran Carlson. And Glamorgan have moved on to 101 for 4, and we have 13 overs remaining in the day.
I can't believe they're still out there.
It does look really dark now,
even with
doesn't it?
spinners on. If umpire Blackwell looks down, as Dan Moriarty is accordingly brought on to bowl at the Howard Stand end, if umpire Blackwell looks down, he will see some very, very distinct shadows all around him, corresponding to the floodlights here at Headingley. And, well, maybe it's my Welsh tinted view, but I don't think they ought to be on in this light.
No, it looks a tinge dark, doesn't it, to say the least.
It's not going to be dangerous, but
No.
it's not really under the playing conditions, is it?
No.
Anyway, Dan Moriarty will come on to replace Fisher, who is off by order of the umpires. And this game really has switched dramatically after Glamorgan were 92 for 1 with 1 ball to come before lunch, and now 101 for 4, and Yorkshire on top as Ingram pushes that one away on the leg side. No run, fielded by Brook, despite a little bobble off the matting of one of the used strips. I would guess another 10 minutes or so play. So the umpires won't want to bring them off too quickly, having said they could play. Moriarty in to Ingram, plays that one down to Bean at short leg. Plenty to talk about for the chaps underneath us somewhere. Keep it clean. In comes Moriarty, bowls to Ingram on the back foot. He just plays it very gently back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Yeah, you mentioned 92 for 1 ball before lunch, and that was when Billy Root fell for 51. Played really well for his 51 as well, the Glamorgan opener.
Does well here as Ingram jabs down rather late on that one. Sees the ball scurrying into the gully area. No run. Half century last year and a century on his previous visit. Obviously with friends and family from back home watching, particularly keen to do well, as Ingram deflects the next ball to mid-wicket, watching it onto the bat, off the back foot. So Ingram yet to get off the mark. As Moriarty bowls to him again, and he is off the mark now. He's just worked that one wide of short leg down to backward square. It'll be just the single as Matthew Fisher comes round in the deep. So Ingram has retained the strike with Ingram on 1, Cook is on 4. It's 102 for 4.
Just watching the 2 umpires there, Ian Blackwell and Mark Newell, as they change ends. 1 or 2 glances across between the 2 of them, but nothing more than that on this occasion. So play does continue. It's going to be Don Bess who will continue from this Kirkstall Lane end. Shan Masood having a long word, so is Joe Root. Some years of experience there.
Yeah, gets another wicket before we go off. If you hear any shouts in the distance, I think the Student Rugby League is meant to be underway, but maybe too far away to pick up the noise from that as yet. The local universities derby before London Broncos visit Leeds Rhinos at 8.
So Don Bess runs away from his round the wicket to the left-hander. Driven in the air, uppish but safe. Well, it's fairly square, the shot from Ingram. In the air, safe as I say, but for a moment Yorkshire have got a man in there I think it's Dan Moriarty just at backward point who might have been in with a chance, but it was square enough. He's on around about 45, just behind on the leg side, or on the offside as it was for the left-hander. So Best comes in again then. Single taken. Cook's forward. He's rather deceived into an attempt to drive there, Ingram. Just got away with it on this occasion. But flighting the ball pretty well, Don Bess here, as he comes into Cook again. His control looks particularly good. Flatter, quicker delivery there from Bess. Forward defensive shot from Cook looks really solid and good. So Bess comes in again with a slip and a short leg. Playing it right underneath the eyes there, Cook. Pushed out onto the offside, and Tattersall, the wicketkeeper, comes round to do the fielding. Quite open with his stance, Cook, but great stride forward and a straight back, pushed back up the pitch, back up to the bowler. Not giving much away, Don Bess here, as he comes in again. That's a bit shorter. There's a square cut. It's going to race away through the offside. Well, it's a super shot and a great piece of fielding out there by Matthew Revis, who's got across, picks up and throws. And they go through for a single to end that Don Bess over. So he's now bowled 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 9.
Bit of laundry to be done by Matthew Revis after picking up a very big muddy stain in saving that ball on the boundary, but he saved 3 runs as well. And Glamorgan is struggling at 104 for 4, and these two just desperate to stay out there until such time as the umpires call time this evening. Cook has 5, Ingram has 2. It is Cook on strike, and Lyth is in at slip, Bean is in at short leg, as Moriarty directs his troops, brings square leg off the boundary and a bit finer, not quite a 45, more like 30 degrees behind square. Now is a bit finer, up in the circle that isn't there, of course, but we use the circle as a point of reference, even if it's only one-day cricket that is actually on the ground, as that's outside off stump and Cook fishes at it, and it's ended up down at fine leg. I thought it was gone for the keeper initially, but must have been a little edge there.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was an edge or
whether just missed it.
Just missed it, yeah.
Moriarty, a walking pace or two, and then into his gentle run-up, and Cook is forward, defending out on the offside, and there is no run. Tell you what, that sort of run-up, Dan Moriarty could be playing for many more decades to come if he so chooses. There's not too much exertion in it. As he comes round the umpire, and Cook leaves that one. And it does indeed turn the way that Cook anticipated, i.e. away from the bat. And Johnny Tattersall whips off the gloves just in case. Fellow member of the Wicketkeepers Union. 104 for 4. Moriarty is in to bowl, and Cook stretches forward, plays it gently out on the offside, and there's no run. I think these two experienced batters know that they're not likely to have to face the full 17 overs in the hour that was called when play restarted. As Cook drives gently into the offside, but well intercepted by a tumbling brook at cover, and there is no run. Glamorgan, having since the restart lost North East for 29 and Carlson for 3. Cook defends gently again into the offside. Again, no run. 104 for 4 it remains, as the batters meet for a chat. No immediate sign of any fresh consultation between the umpires, as Dom Bess prepares to wheel away for another over.
So we have 10 overs remaining here. Well, that's the plan anyway.
Odds are against it.
The odds are against it. It seems to be gathering, does the gloom, doesn't it? As those floodlights shine ever brighter here at Headingley. So Bess it is, round the wicket with a new over. It's swept away from outside off stump. Brilliant timing from Ingram there. Ball pitching just outside off, and he sweeps across the line through mid-wicket for a really well played shot. Well, that's somebody who really trusts his eye. Real confident piece of batting there from Ingram. It fair rattled away across the outfield.
Just the process, as they say.
So Bess starts again, round the wicket to the left-hander. Good delivery, pushed out onto the offside. Fielded by Harry Brook. Yorkshire have now got a second slip in there for Ingram. So it's Lythe, I think, and Root in there in the slips. Finley Bean at short leg. Pressure on the Glamorgan batsman at the moment then. Bess in again, nice flight, pushed out onto the offside. Good contest this between bat and ball. The Glamorgan batsmen have to work really hard to defend the ball, but then when they do decide to play a shot, certainly Ingram has played one particular glorious shot for 4 already in this over. Extra cover now gone in short there as well for Bess. Yorker-ish length and just pushed up towards mid-off. Fielded by Shan Masood. Harry Brook in there now at a catching position at extra cover.
Radio update calls for me, Graham, so you'll have to fly the flag solo for the next couple of overs.
Here's Dom Bess again then. Coming in round again. It's swept from outside off stump by Ingram. I think it hits Finley Bean at short leg. Don't think it was a chance. Certainly not the speed of the ball coming off the bat anyway, the way it was played. It was hit hard at Bean. No, it just strikes him on his pad, low down by the ankle actually. Just struck the right leg there from that sweep. Down the leg side this time, Bess. Tattersall is there to collect that one. And there's no addition to the score on this occasion. That is the end of the over with Glamorgan on 109 for 4. Bang on 6 o'clock here at Headingley. 41 overs have been bowled and we've got 9 remaining in the day. But what's happening now? The umpires are having a word. And is that the end of proceedings? What are we likely to see here? I think the bails are coming off here. The light is not good enough for the action to continue. So we will just see, what have we seen? 8 overs of the 17 that were planned when play restarted at 5:30. And I'm sure with the bails coming off, you would think that will be the end of proceedings for today. It's not an official call-off at this stage. I guess there is the potential for light to improve to give them a chance to get back out there. But I, judging by the cloud cover there, I'm not holding out too much hope for that. But the players are coming off and leaving the field. And we've got the umpires who are just hanging around in the middle while they do that. So that is the end of play for now here, with Glamorgan in their first innings on 109 for the loss of 4 wickets. Byram, LBW to Code for 9. Root caught Bean, bowled Moriarty for 51. And then North East really unluckily run out, backing up. And Matthew Fisher just getting a right hand on the ball, deflecting it onto the stumps. North East out for 29. Carlson caught and bowled by Dom Bess for 3. So the 2 not out batsmen, Ingram on 7, Cook on 5. The Yorkshire bowling figures are like this. Code 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 14. Fisher 9 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 36. Moriarty, who bowled a lot earlier on today, 15 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 29. Revis bowled 4 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 11. and Dom Bess, who's bowled 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 14. So that's how things are at Headingley at the moment then. A truncated day we've seen so far. Just 1 over bowled after lunch, and then the rains came, and the players coming back out at 5:30 to bowl 17 overs. As I say, they bowled 8 of them. Glamorgan have lost 2 wickets, and that could well be the end of play for today. We will await the final confirmation of that, but for now that's it for us. If play does recommence, we will be back with you to describe the last few overs of the day. But if there is no play, we of course hope to hear from everyone again tomorrow.